Welcome to the September 6th meeting of the planning board. I'll start by calling the meeting to order and a roll call of the board.
Andy, am I?
Donna Masucci, aye.
Joyce Capiello, aye.
Now, I'm glad I'm either. Andy Knapp.
But it's only a Tuesday.
That's true.
All right, we can introduce our town planner. I'll introduce himself.
Bryce, the town planner.
John Hutchins, code enforcement.
Irvine land use.
And I'm looking to have Donna Masucci, who is our alternate, and is a voting member for the meeting. I'll make that motion. Second it.
Somebody's.
Yep. Everybody. I don't know if I need a roll call here, as long as there's unanimous support, we're okay. Okay. Very good.
Sorry, was that the chair can just actually.
I know, it's the new room. It's the new room smell here. Review and approval of the minutes from the prior meeting. I had a couple of comments. Here, here's the. So line 212, it said ending act, if for the dumpster storage was there and asphalt pad. I don't think that's what I asked, but I do think what I said is they asked if there was an asphalt pad for the dumpsters.
Okay, I'll choose.
There was also. No, 374. They have asked, it says expressed about people going to rent a commercial before. Ask what are people going to rent the commercial space for? That's all that I. Anyone else have any corrections, changes, amendments? Motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Second.
Although.
Andy, am I?
Masucci, aye.
Capiello, aye.
Yes, you're right. Half hour. I motion. And seconded. The first item that we have on the list is item 280-36-B-20-SR. It's a request by the applicant for site review of a multifamily development. They're requesting, the applicant is requesting a 1-year extension. Is there anyone here for the applicant?
In short, Mr. Chairman, Scott Bolton Beals, we're still working with the state on some septic issues. Client would like to request a 1-year extension, please.
Commentary from the board. I had a general comment on it, which my question is, would we want to grant a 1-year extension on it? We specifically went and changed the zoning in town because of this application, and this was a big part of what drove the change to the zoning for the per unit dwelling size on the lot space.
But isn't there a 5-year okay on somebody and change, the zoning changes, you can't go back and.
Well, right, but they're requesting an extension
Yeah.
for it. It's not that it's within
Okay.
the current, they're requesting the extension. We allotted them time. Granted, there is a state component here, so I understand there is an issue.
You don't grant an extension that expires and they have to resubmit, still be under the old zoning.
I don't know if it would
Because
carry
we
that
gave it
way.
the application.
Right, yeah.
So they succeed, they went over the time limit we already gave them, and now they're asking for another extension. Is
They're
that,
asking for a year extension.
Right,
Maybe they first.
This is the first.
the first extension.
You're still waiting for their state permits.
Okay, got it.
And their permits, if you don't mind me asking, you say there's a holdup related to the septic?
Yeah, the actual septic design, the developer and the state are working together. It's a rather expensive design, so they're just trying to hash out minor issues. As a case in point for the actual extension, tried to be on last month and we didn't get, our communications didn't get forwarded, so I guess we didn't get on the agenda. The actual expiration is tomorrow, so we are good today, we won't be tomorrow, so they just wanted that one extension.
General thoughts from the board?
Yeah, I don't have an issue.
I don't need.
Is there a motion? Your extension?
I'll make a motion to grant the 1-year extension.
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote?
Andy, I.
Suchi, aye.
Happy LOI.
Let's go on. That's here.
Half aye. Next on the list is a preliminary design review for lot 239-35-D-22. It's a request by the applicant, Chalmers Zone, for design review for a conservation subdivision. Two conventional frontage lots and 15 conservation lots with approximately 26 acres of open space on the land located on Malago Road, also known as the Gupto Pit, at 239 lot 35 of the village district. Invite you up to the table.
Nope. I think it must have missed that on the COs.
Conservation land. Yes. Just conservation. Doesn't.
This is the second plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it's field putting up on.
That's.
Oh, is that? There's a switch on that.
When in doubt, turn it on.
That's a simple solution.
This one.
Can folks online hear me now? Anybody, can somebody type in the chat box if you can hear? Can't hear.
No, I can hear, I'm in a butter at 274 Malago. I can hear you.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, the floor is yours.
I think we're good to go. Thank you. My name is Bob Bolton, Beals Associates, Senior Project Manager. Here with me to my left is Joseph Belzone, developer, he's done some number of projects. Yield 18 lots. By doing so, it would have a U-shaped or through road, an entrance and exit different locations on Malibu Road. This road here would be approximately 2,550 feet. The next task that I had was to look at different options for the property with regards to developability. What we did then is we actually looked at it as such. We had done a lot of projects, and we looked at it as a cluster subdivision or an open space subdivision. So the abutters understand an open space subdivision is a subdivision that has close to the same amount of lots, but provides open space and smaller reduced lots. We have done so in a cluster subdivision here, or open space subdivision. This would be developed with a 1,000-foot cul-de-sac, and that is restricted by the town's regulations. It can be no more than 1,000 feet to the pro or to the bulb. This open space subdivision would have a cul-de-sac, as I said, with 15 lots on it. And then we have a large open space component and then 2 conventional lots up front. There is adequate area and frontage for the conventional lots as you see on the front right. So in the colored plan here, we have Malago Brook, which is shaded in blue. The darker areas or the brownish areas are wetlands on site. Most of that is connected to the Malago Brook, and there are just a couple number of smaller pockets on the property and one larger pocket, as you can see, kind of towards the center. The actual area of wetlands on the property is 5.9 acres, which actually results to about 14%, just to give you a perspective. Now this down here being an open space subdivision, well, I get back to colors, excuse me. So the lighter green would be what the proposed lots would entail. And the darker green along with the wetlands is the proposed open space. Being an open space subdivision, you get an open space component. That would be roughly 26 acres. So that would be 26 acres of open space provided versus the conventional when you had 18 lots, but no open space at all. So this is 17 lots. However, the road on this kind of design here results in 1,400 feet. That's 1,100 feet of less road, one less lot. So it kind of makes sense, I think, for everybody that's looking at it, especially when you have a nice open space. Now, the open space, I've done enough projects, normally in kind, you wind up being a lot of wetlands with just about the amount of uplands that you need. That's because of the functionality and numbers and the development and everything else. That's usually kind of how it winds up. This one here is actually very beneficial because in this open space design, you can see the wetlands is actually a very small portion, and 75% of the uplands, 75% of the open space is all upland. So it's not just when you take a large subdivision, you give away all the wet. There's actually a very nice upland component here. In regards to that, the upper right corner, yeah, if you can see the cursor here, I did a blow up so the plan board can understand locality. To the north up here, this is Red Fox Lane subdivision. This lot right here is actually their open space component. So their open space would actually abut this open space. I believe theirs is roughly 8 acres. Combine that with our 26, makes a very nice open space component for both projects. So the proposed lots here, as I said, will be 15 open space lots with 2 conventional. Each lot will be on its own private well and septic. I understand that we've seen some about our commentary. There may be some concerns on wells, especially doing the same thing in other towns, especially with the drought condition. It seems to happen every time that there's a drought. But it's all, I want everybody to understand, we are held by that criteria of the Hampshire DES. So the wells and the water quality and everything is per state criteria, which we are bound to meet. So that really should not be a question. There is absolutely no wetland impacts in this at all. We are very far away from the wetlands. We have a very nice unique buffer around most of the lots from the abutters. I just want to state, I know there was a question. There's a lot here that has a bold line around it. Now that is owned by Mr. Guppel, and he is selling that lot. However, it is a approved standalone lot, so there's no need to be part of this subdivision. There was some questions, is that involved, or is that not involved? That is a separate issue, just so everybody understands. Just like anybody else that have a normal lot, they have the ability to sell that farm. So that's basically it. We want to try and bring this to the board and the abutters and get their thoughts. I went out there that we have not done any hard design yet. The site distance is very adequate in this condition. We don't think there'll be any problems there. The proposal would be 2 driveways for the conventional lots. Being a historic gravel pit, I think even before the actual main phase in the rear, there is some grade to it. So there would be some driveway and some filling to get to the house locations. Nothing that we haven't done in the past. You know, I do have one question for the board that I'll hold off on for now, but once we get towards the end and see how everybody feels about this, we can go over that. So I think unless Joe has anything else, I'd like to just get the board's comment and try and get neat ideas to go forward.
Just looking at the circle at the end of the run, is that comparable size as on High Point Circle? Green Hill, like 180 feet diameter.
Yeah, it's a regular town criteria
Okay.
regulations, yes.
And I had another question on between lots 38 and 39. You have that little teeny piece coming off the green onto Malago Road, which does not appear in the town maps.
That's correct. No, you said survey did some extensive research and title search as
It's
they
about
always
20
do.
feet wide.
Yep, that's actually a deeded strip with Malibu Road frontage.
Would that provide the neighbors access to the wetlands, to the open space?
The neighbors on Malibu Road,
Yeah. Are they gonna be allowed to use the open space that we've talked about?
if it's to be public, I guess that's a question for Joe.
Yeah.
I'm sure I know.
The homeowners association are open to.
Correct.
Okay, and I know that a lot of the problems the town's had on Malago Road for water. Are you gonna grant any easements to the town to handle some of that water onto the property?
It's a good comment, actually. We have been in touch with, Connor actually got in contact with Joe in previous projects. We understand there's a drainage issue. We have been trying very hard to get a hold of the engineer that has that data. We have not quite crossed the correct path apparently at this time. But yes, we have actually acknowledged that there is an issue there. We have looked at it preliminarily, and we do have adequate space that we can, take some of the drainage, make that situation better, probably with a larger detention pond or something like that.
Yeah,
in the
look at
open space.
between lot 16 and 17, you have like 40 feet there.
Yep, whatever, depending on that, the hard part is not knowing where the bulk of the issue is at this point,
Right.
until we get a hold of them. They have some
Deal with
numbers.
CMA. and-
Yep.
Okay, thank
That
you.
will be part of this project.
Great, thanks.
Other commentary from the board?
One more thing, you need an AOT.
We do,
And these are single-family houses?
yes.
If I just ask, having not seen the site, you talk about there's a lot of uplands or the conservation lot's not gonna be a lot of wetland. Is it gonna be just a gravel pit? Is that how it is now? Or is there actually growth, trees?
If you can see, let me see if I can zoom in. A darker line here is the tree line. If you can see the squiggly line, that's the existing tree line. So this is all excavated in here, then down here. This over here is all thick woods, which really should remain. What Joe would like to do, it is obviously being a historic gravel pit. It's actually very nice material going up there. So some of these steep slopes, in today's day and age, you would have to do what they call a reclamation plan. You wouldn't be able to leave these slopes as they are. Joe understands that. He doesn't want a hazard up there anyway, so. Joe would like to, take some of the material, go up, massage these slopes, bring them down to a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 where they're a lot safer and more stable, so they're not running off anyway. And use that material on site, and then we can simply, reclaim them.
Keep in mind, it's been going for almost 50 years.
Right.
And like the other gravel pit I bought in town to Village Places, this is larger, and it was an ongoing operation where, just like any site contractor would do, is if they had 10 yards, 10 truckloads of good loom left, take it back to the pit. If they had rock, and they resell it or utilize it. So there's a lot of piles that have come in and that is now sitting in the buffer area. Like you asked a question about the tree line. There's one pile of loam that's probably 8,000 to 10,000 yards of loam. But presently it sits in that 100-foot buffer that I have to give. But I have to be able to clear to the buffer, take it out, spread it, and make it. They did a good job managing the pit. This was a family-run pit. And there's enough material on the site to build the roads. So the truck traffic is going to be way less. And it's good material. And it kept high enough out of the water table to have the parcel used. And I've done a lot of reclamations on gravel pits. Of course, this being grandfathered wasn't under the regulations. But there's a couple of slopes, and one of the things I wanted to try to come out of this meeting is you would be way better off seeing this site in the very beginning. Because you're gonna see some slopes that you would never want a child to be at the top of. And there's plenty of room to push it back and grade it, and there's plenty of loom on the site, except probably 10,000 yards.
What size houses are you planning to build? How many bedrooms, things like that?
Mainly 3-bedroom.
3-bedroom?
4-bedroom, in the 2,000 square feet, give or take, 200 or 300 square feet.
Garage?
A lot of people are going for ranches.
Garages, stuff like that?
Yeah, all of them will
Okay.
have ranches.
Fine, thank you.
So reclamation of the site, slopes is something you intend to take on, even though there's no requirement of it,
Definitely.
which I actually appreciate. Reclamation. There were some concerns made by, some of the department heads, specifically, the fire chief had was preferred through road, and I believe that highway superintendent did as well. Police chief. So part of that is what I looked at is something, how do we help make sure their concerns, their needs are addressed somewhere along this as well?
Well, you have the right to do 1,000-foot road by right. That's what we're doing. We're losing a lot. And I've worked with the fire department extensively here. He's gonna want a cistern and, or a fire pond. And we're gonna put all those safety things he wants and not exceed 1,000 feet.
That's why I asked about the gradient, so that I use it around the
Right.
circle.
For the fire truck.
Right. So
We did the turning movements and.
yeah, okay, I wasn't sure of that.
I mean, generally, I see the yield is there, but, I mean, based on the layout, there are a couple of ones where you would have to either bring the driveway in on the adjoining neighbors lot. They need it to go from 7 to 8, or you're gonna be in the wetlands buffer. You'd have to come right through the wetland or the buffer. So you turn to the west way, you're going to the wetland.
You know, well, across the pond, but that's not apply.
Right. But I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, so like
when I
we
look at the
could be in the
yield,
bus.
it, you have the yield, but.
Yeah.
The
And again,
reality is, it'd take a whole lot of extra work to make that doable, and I don't even know if it would all be desirable at that point. And I know you like to build a nice subdivision, so.
Yeah, we're not doing the 18 lots anyway.
that's what I was gonna say, you can still take one swing and they'd all be
Right.
bigger, even bigger. I mean, as they are, a lot of them are roof size and for conventional. I think it's a pretty solid yield plan. As Joe was saying, we also have done some preliminary test bits. Being a drought, but it was actually quite surprising. We got very low estimated seasonal hot water tables, which is great. You know, drainage and septic should be fairly simple in the job.
I know there was also, there was a comment or concern around, there's a historically always been a snowmobile trail that runs through there. So, again, being
Yep.
able to maintain that, I think was something that folks were, the community as a whole was generally interested in. And, I personally, I know would request that if you're creating a conservation subdivision, that it is open to the community so that they can get in, and a lot of people fish along the brook back in there, so allowing people the ability to access that to continue fishing in and along that brook, I think is important as well to allow people.
Yep. The trail aspect, it's funny you say that, Mr. because I actually had brought that up to Joe today. Living in Barrington, knowing a lot of people, and I actually said, we're gonna have to have a little sit down with Josh, because he's gonna want that trail located somewhere in fashion. It, maybe in conjunction, you know, it would be helpful once we decide where this drainage is going. Because if we have to run a drainage line, it's the perfect opportunity to put a trail over in, you know, so we definitely have that in the back of our mind to look at. Joe's only concern is, you know, as he always is as a businessman, is liability, so we just need to check on. You know, he doesn't get himself in a situation where he can get
Well, New
problem.
Hampshire law is very good about that. If you open it up to use, you have no
Yeah.
liability.
That's what Josh told me.
Yeah,
He
liability.
said he has documents on
As
it.
long as you don't create a specific
Ah,
hazard.
right.
You can't leave an open well, for example, or something. I think some of the snowmobile trail was on lot 34 too, right? The one he's keeping, but I could be wrong.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it goes with most.
But if you can reorient it someplace else, that will work.
Questions, comments, concerns?
Well, I'd just like to say, I love having 60% of it preserved, so very good on that count. And then particularly if the neighbor can use it, get access from Malibu. And solve their water problem on the road to pave it finally.
So certainly try once we know what the issue is.
I've called 5 times. I had 3 emails. I sent them all to the town.
Yep.
And we need to know the gallons. We know we have the soil area.
Yep.
And there is a little benefit from us making the ponds bigger because we can use all the material on the lots.
Right.
So
True.
it's a win for both of us.
Yeah, it is.
And we even talked about whether that 20-foot strip might be of any use to get water off the
Yep.
road to where we want it to go.
I do have a design question. I don't know if I should relay that now or if I should wait until we get a hard comment.
I'd ask it now.
So going, hopefully if we go forward with the cluster design. Knowing it is an existing gravel pit. So their trucks don't have to adhere to road design criteria at all. So this is the profile of the road coming in, as you can see here. The dashed line is actually the edge of the gravel pit. So it's like a 40% drop.
Wow.
So I have to design a road and try and balance that best I can. So town criteria is the above line. That is what's in the regulations at maximum 7%. But this is very similar to Village Place where we had the face that we had to go up. And this one here, I have designed, request a waiver for a added 1%, this would be 8%. You can see what the amount of material saves, the construction costs, and just the look of the road compared to those lots, how much better that would be. Now, the length of the 8% is only roughly 150 feet long. It's actually very short. When we did Village Place, that 9%, that's like 350 feet long. So in terms of length, it's actually quite a bit shorter, and it would save a lot of, land disturbance versus the 7%. So I just wanted to get the board's feeling on what they thought if I requested a waiver for that 8%.
150 feet, probably. My point.
What are you looking at a runoff? What becomes the, if you go to 7%, what becomes the off slope into the lots?
Well, every one of these grids is 5 feet vertically. So at the highest point here, it's a savings of like 3.5 feet, 3 feet, 3.5 feet. Quite a bit. So that's less side slopes, less.
Right.
So it's definitely worth the question.
Any wetlands next to where that area is?
Nope, we're just like basically in the middle of the pit. That's why it's so low. We're nowhere near any wetlands. So this would be the face that I'm faced with. You can see that. It drops right off. This is that old gravel road in here. So this is actually all wide open as it says.
So the drop shot should come off the bend.
So it would be steep here and then it actually flattens out. You can see the grading change. It flattened out before the curve. So we don't have that 8% on the curve. It's
Sorry.
the straightaway.
I'm just fighting the light here. I've got a light beam that runs almost right through.
Oh, you are. Actually, I see that.
Look at the other one. I can't, that's just, it's on the same, they're both in the same.
Same horizon.
Can you dim these cans? Is that part of our new system?
It's
actually
not the
bars.
cans, it's
The bars?
I think bars. Maybe some side deflectors.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's,
So it would flatten out along the curve. So you wouldn't be that steep in the curve at all. It's just a straightaway.
I mean, the only real concern I would have is coming around that bend and then dropping into it, but obviously having the road profile higher than the adjoining
Exactly.
lots means if you end up off the road, you're gonna do a lot more damage and a whole lot more.
No, that's exactly it. This is open space drainage in mind, so you do have a drainage ditch inside to catch you, but it could be not as deep with the 8% rating. Good. What feels at least comfortable with it, I'd like to ask a waiver for that. I guess we'll see how it goes.
Have to ask with that at the time. You can't allow their face, you can't do it.
Absolutely, that's why I'm getting it on him.
I think from my standpoint, I wouldn't mind actually like sidewalk at some point, look at that lot.
Yeah, Joe would request that. I think it'd be beneficial.
And I know normally you like me to submit the final plans, but for you to be able to see this, you'll understand. When these plans come in, you'll understand much better.
I would want to see it before we push you through the rigor
Right.
of the full plan set. The goal is not to make you do work full work.
Right.
And the Conservation Commission meets in 2 days, and they'd like to do a site walk too. Sidewalk.
Everybody can go play in the ticks.
No, we need to, but.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of turkey vouchers for some reason on this property. Strange. Yeah. Sorry, what?
Any place you go in Barrington's got the turkeys.
Turkeys and residents.
Mr. Chair, if I may, speak to the topic of the drainage, if you're interested. So the town has historically had a drainage problem on Malago. That was addressed tonight. The board's aware of that. The applicant's aware of that. The town started last year with incremental improvements to Malago Road, Cape Road. You saw the Malago Bridge replaced. You saw sections of Malago and Cape Road repaved, reclaimed and repaved. So this section in front of this part of this property and extending beyond, the biggest problem is we can't just reclaim it without fixing the drainage problem. The problem with the drainage problem is we don't have the cross culverts in place in order to discharge the water. So we started the process, the select board authorized engineering in order to engineer improvements to the road. So we knew at the beginning of that process that would require cooperation from a or multiple abutters along Malago Road. The primary being the property owners here, Buckles Pit. And so conversations started early on, and then we heard that the property might be selling. And so those, conversations, we waited until something more concrete was in place. The timing is good, but not great, because we're still working on the engineering to figure out exactly what we need. But as soon as we heard that there was something going on, regardless of whether the property stays vacant or it gets developed, water has to flow downhill, and that property is the best place to put it. And so whether it's this applicant, future owner, whatever it is, I would anticipate that the town would be trying to work with them to discharge the water. So we started the conversation, authorized sharing any engineering that we had for the sizing of the ponds and things like that. Like I said, the timing is a little bit, the engineer's still working on it. So I hope we'll be able to accelerate the timeline and try to build that into an application, because it would likely be a win-win if we could get the drainage taken care of and not add unnecessary drainage infrastructure. That said, and I think it's important to note, the town is going to find a solution to the drainage issues on Malago, regardless of this project, regardless of any project in that area. And like I said, we'd started the conversations when the property was vacant. We thought the property was going to stay vacant. So I'm happy to keep the planning board up to date on that process, or have the road agent do it. I just happen to be here throughout if you're interested or have questions related to that. But really the two are separate topics, and one should have an impact on the other. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with the board. I know I've was intimately involved with it for several years. It is a significant improvement just with the work that's been done in the last 2 years. And it makes me happy with that walking lane and the bridge to create a little more space.
Right.
So, Mr. Chair, do we want to do a set a date for a walkthrough?
That is where the applicant is looking to go with it. You're happy.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I can always discuss with the Conservation Commission too.
Maybe
They meet
Thursday.
Thursday. I know they would like to do a meeting as well. We can talk after if you'd like, or if the board would like to make some suggestions, so that way both boards can meet at the same time. As well as with that.
I would prefer if we can all do it at the same time. Generally, I don't know how the board weekends, I know are always challenging for me. I have to go constantly, so I don't know what availability is for everybody else. I'm willing to make flexibility in my work schedule so I can be there either during the day or in the evening. I know the Conservation Commission often does a lot of walks on Saturdays. And depending on what
what's happening, may or may not be available for that.
You know, like to do like an evening on a Tuesday, since we normally meet on Tuesdays.
Yeah, weekday would be best for me.
That would work.
I'm sorry.
A weekday would be best for me.
The applicant have any issues with?
No, Tuesday's a good day.
In general, okay.
This is a good day.
Not too late.
Well, I know, yeah.
If you did it on a hot meeting week,
Yeah.
so then you could meet, so if it ran past, 6:30 or so, it didn't really matter too much. Instead of trying to get back for a meeting because people are waiting.
Yeah,
Probably do it earlier.
I think, yeah, I was thinking probably 4:30 or 5.
Yes. But if it ran a couple of hours, it's not like you gotta get back to a meeting. That's the point I was trying to make.
I know, I just have to make sure I notice because like for me, my son has gymnastics class on Tuesdays, so I have to chop in my schedule.
And it's getting back early.
Yeah. I don't want to miss.
So we'll look at a Tuesday and I'll coordinate with the board and see what works best.
It's gotta be decided at the meeting process here, because it's gonna be like, it's technically a meeting and it's gonna be continued without time and date specific.
Yeah.
So you would have to give a date and a time now. They can meet it, or you would have to wait till the next meeting to set a time or set it, which makes it get tacky.
Yeah.
John, it's just design. There's no continuance.
It's not a.
They'll just set a new meeting and that can be scheduled outside of the public meeting. If it was a continuance, yes, but this isn't a full application. This is just design. They would just set a separate meeting.
Also consider just like bringing out a public meeting as well.
Conservation meets Thursday, why don't you contact him tomorrow to see what works for them, that way. This wants them to work right.
I mean, you're looking basically the 13th or the 20th, and I know there's a technology committee meeting on the 13th.
20th is our planning board work session.
Right. Sure.
Those are serving for.
Right, so it's either, basically, you're looking at the 13th, or you're gonna have to wait for another day. Another day Thursday.
8th is election day.
Oh, yeah.
What about after?
Yeah, can't do it on Thursday. How about the 27th? You can bump it up that far.
What about Thursday?
Thursday,
And
the
jump-
22nd.
Well, I know the conservation commission meets the 8th,
The 15th would be the following
that's
Thursday.
maybe the following Thursday after that.
Vacation, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. We've been shaving off the coast of Maine.
Aren't you retired though?
I am.
Vacation is.
It's just out of there, right?
I'm gonna be in Hawaii, so,
Oh, it's
Same time.
wow.
yep.
And the rest of us are just here.
Well, you can just let us know when it
Now I just feel morbid about that. It's got something on there.
I had a question, John, under the village place zoning, could I put a shopping center on this land?
Village place zoning?
And, well, yeah, village.
Oh,
District, yeah.
Technically, yes.
No, I know you don't, but I mean, you may not lay fallow forever, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, anything.
Somebody could come in by right and put a, to move this, CVS in there.
So
Fine, best.
did we decide on what day we're gonna do it?
Okay, so D, do we have a targeted, do we want to shoot for Thursday, the 15th?
Sounds good.
Let's do negative.
Right, I won't be here.
Or, I mean.
Is there any-
Well, yeah, I'm like Wednesday, the 14th?
Monday.
I'm still gonna be in Hawaii.
That's right, there are those Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. I'll make it work, like, I don't have select board meetings anymore, so that's nice.
The 12th, the select.
Oh, work for me.
I can make it a go.
Oh, we're talking about before select board, aren't we?
Yeah,
Yeah, that worked.
so Monday, the 12th, does that work for you folks? 4 o'clock? 4 o'clock?
I'll forward it with conservation. That version.
I will get hold of them there and have the center line staked out, so we can see where the road location is.
You gotta go over some files.
Yeah.
And those are the files that you're planning on trying to get there. Might be good to see those too.
Yeah. Oh, you'll see it, you'll see it. It's pretty good.
So the 12 and 12.
Yep. And that is open to any of on any of the others. Who would like to walk that property as well.
If you didn't do it at this meeting.
That'll be advertised.
Okay, so any other question, comments?
Yeah, I'll set the public.
There's no issue, the board is. Good. Is there anything that, any concerns from the public, give them to raise, address? And if you could come up, state your name and residence.
Melanie Ross, I live at 227 Malibu Road, and I couldn't hear him when he was saying about what they're gonna do with the slopes, because it's right behind my house, and I know it's dangerous. And it's a bunch of animals that live in there, they have foxholes. So what is he gonna do with them?
You're talking about softening them up and
Are they-
making the grade sodas.
They're gonna dig any more out of there, because they've dug out just as far as they can. They have to be so many feet away from existing buildings. And I know, Paul had dug in too close on a couple of places some time ago. There used to be a lot more trees behind my house. There's some of them that are ready to fall over. There's some of them that are dead. And they're on that property. And I don't want them falling into my yard while they're doing construction down there. And then I don't want my well filling up anymore with dirt. Every time there's construction going on, I lose more footage in my well. Something to think about.
I am only 286 mile ago, so I'm right across from the 2 blocks where the trail is now.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that you were hoping to keep that trail in to get to the conservation land. Is that trail to the right of that house on the right?
To the right of that.
So the 2 lots that are on frontage of
Yeah.
Malaga, will there be still the trail on the right of those, or is that exactly where the trail
No,
is?
more than likely, what we'd be looking at is relocating the trail in the open space, so it wouldn't be on private property, because obviously those lots would be sold.
So there's no extra land to the right of those lots?
No.
That he has?
No.
Okay, so how would you get to these trails?
Either we could go through the open space, along the property, or maybe that 20-foot access. And again,
Drop off at the end of that.
yep, no, we understand that. That's part of the gravel pit, and again, that's just something that we need to look at. We haven't spent a lot of time on that aspect yet.
It is a nice walking trail at the moment. The other thing, I agree with Melanie's concerns about the drop off in our wells. So I haven't had a septic problem yet or a well problem, but I've only been here 5 years, so I'm just expressing concerns there.
At Don Millet, 221 Malibu, the buffer zone, is that buffer zone still gonna be in that spot between our lots and the subdivision? Or is that no longer gonna be a buffer zone? Because that, when it was a gravel bank, they needed a buffer zone there.
Yeah, so on the colored plan, the green is the required buffer zone. And the only thing that Joe will be doing is cleaning that up behind the homes.
Okay,
So
he's
whatever's trees.
he's not
there will
coming up
stay.
to those,
No.
our lots. Okay, because that would be quite a,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
okay, that's what I needed to know, thanks.
Anything else? And nothing else.
If there's anybody participating virtually that wants to make a comment, you can either raise your hand, or if you're on your phone, you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you for reminding me about the online participants.
You're welcome. There was a question that came through the chat. I told her that if she wanted the official record, she could ask it, but it was asking about blasting, if you intended to do any blasting.
We didn't hit any ledge anywhere in any pit that we did.
That we have found any rock whatsoever.
There's a lot of rock too that's been brought in.
Yeah.
That will crush it, use it.
I don't see any hands going up, and I don't see anybody unmuting themselves. Last chance, if anybody participating virtually wants to make a comment, you can raise your hand using the Teams feature, or press *6 to unmute yourself if you're participating on a phone. Certainly won't be the last time to offer comment on the project. It's just design review. I still don't see anything, Mr. Chair.
All right, it's time to close the.
Oh, somebody's raising their hand.
Oh,
Nicole.
Good catch, Barbara.
if you could have her unmute herself, or is
She is unmuted.
unmuted? All right, Nicole, the floor is yours.
Do you know if there's going to be any blasting for these properties?
No, they said they have hit no rock anywhere in any of their test pits.
Okay. And then my other question is, what's the distance between the subdivision property lines and the distance between the property lines off of Rogers Run and Red Fox? Because it looks like it's close, and I'm not sure what it all means.
Nicole, just so we have it, could you state your full name and address for us?
Nicole Atkinson, and I'm at 27 Rogers Run.
Thank you. And I will defer to Mr. Cole for that.
This is Red Fox, if you can see. Basically, their property line would be.
I'm right, I'm like the second in from the corner of Red Fox and Rogers Run. The one over, yep, that one.
Yep, so the river is actually the property line,
Yes,
and then we have a buffer between the property line and the rear lot line of the cluster lots.
yes.
It's approximately 100 feet.
300 feet?
100.
Oh, 100.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just ownership, and then you have a wetland buffer, so they can't technically build that far back.
Right.
But you would probably be clearing at least close to that, if I'm correct, for someone's own yard and property.
Yeah, the majority of it, as you can see, the dark areas and steep grades, that means it's already been cleared.
And where's the river?
The dark line in the rear.
Okay.
This is the river.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That answer your question, ma'am?
Yep.
Great, thank you very much. All right. Final call. All right, this time I'll close the public comment section. And we will close design review if you have everything that you need at this time.
Believe so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item on the list. 239, application 239-90-B-22-SR.
request by the, it is Rebecca Santos and Cameron Mahoney, request by applicant. Use their home at 83 Cape Road, for a family with daycare. Ms. Santos is here. This Cameron, who proposed the law.
The rest of this is their business now.
A lot of people.
So we live at 83 Key Road in Barrington, and we are requesting for use for our in-home childcare. And basically that would allow us 7 to 12 preschool age children plus 5 school age, for a total of 17 with the 2 of us. However, our space, this is just our rough measurement, is 390.06 square feet. We have to divide that by 40 square feet per child, according to New Hampshire state licensing. So we come out with somewhere between 9 and 10. Chief Walker hasn't been to the property to do his measurements, nor has Mr. Hitchens. So I'm not entirely sure if it will be 9 children or 10 children. But we would be able to be licensed for 17 if we had the square footage. So, I'm sorry, I've never done this.
So you're saying, based on your current square footage, you think you would have 9 to 10 children total?
Yes.
That includes preschool and after school age children.
Yes. However, we would probably most likely just have preschool age children and young. However, if we had siblings that were in school, be able to take them if they're preschool age, as long as we stayed within our ratio. That makes sense.
I will open it up to the board for questioning.
What ages are you looking for? I think I saw something from 6 weeks,
To 12 years.
6 weeks. So, you have separation for those rooms?
Well, if I can,
Sure.
you guys don't have anything fancy.
Sorry.
Point, but the first, welcome. The first picture you'll see the play area. You're welcome. So it's just a space for it's you're welcome. Yeah, I'm wrong, so that's fine.
Yep. So this is first floor.
Yes. Yes. Yep. It would only be one floor.
Shows.
And then there's a couple other sections in there for just some of the departments. And just so that when we're discussing it, we have to.
So did licensing already come out?
They have not. So we have talked, and they said that I needed to get, obviously the planning board approval, and then Chief Walker has to come out as well as the submissions. And then I submit the packet, and then they will call, schedule time to come make their visit, and then go over everything with Cameron and I, I guess, question and answer time. And if they issue a temporary license for 6 months, is my understanding. And then
So you're basically going for a multi-age group.
yes,
Okay.
we would primarily like to stay the preschool age range. However, we're going to go for the licensing of 6 weeks to 12 years, just in case, like I said, if the sibling doesn't have school, we could, a snow day, we'd be able to take them.
So you do know that under age 3 in a childcare center, even in home, that you have to have either a CDA or a associate's degree in ECE.
Yes,
And you have that?
yes, I'm actually qualified to be a center director. I work down here center here. You have.
Okay, you have the degree and everything?
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect. I
I
like
do
hearing
thank
that.
you for telling me.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. How about outside? Do you have a fence around your outside?
So we do not.
Okay.
And so I did include, pictures for you. So currently, I'm not installing a fence until I'm able to talk to chapter licensing. I mean, obviously, if you guys say I have to, then, I will. But they require one, if you're adjacent to the road, but I'm having a little bit of misunderstanding because we don't play in the front yard, we play in the backyard. So the road is, next to the front yard. So I don't know if I need to be fenced in with a certain kind of fence. I mean, I know their specs, and you can't have a gap greater than 4 inches. And I'm sure the chief walker would want 2 entrances and exits with child-proof gate, like the self-latching gate. But I'm not sure beyond that what like licensing requires, so I obviously would like to talk to them first and see what the requirement is.
Perfect.
So it sounds like you're planning to do a fence, you're just waiting to see what's.
I just don't want to, say, put in a bunch of money and then find out that it's not correct, and then I have to take it down and. Yeah, so I have included, in there as well, the highlighted area, is what would be, fenced in the backyard, because where they play, it, abuts the house. So when you're looking at it, when you have the 101 feet at the top of the page, that is, if you come out my garage door and you're looking at the neighbor that abuts me out back, where the highlighter is, that's where the fence would be. And then you'll see the gap, and then there's a pencil line. That neighbor has a fence there. So I obviously didn't want it, there's still a fence like right next to it. So we brought it back to.
And, you need to say you have a private well, so you have to get NHDES involved in there to do your, testings and everything. You need to get a licensed, well operator to be able to pull those for you.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Have any questions?
Are there any requirements, and maybe this is a question for you, around surface outside? Does that have to be wood chips or be dirt?
Multi, it could be anything. It could be multi, just if they had anything over 27 inches. It has to have a different kind of fill, cushion to fall on. And it depends on what kind of cushion they're falling on. If it's a rubber mulch, it's less. If it's just wood bark, then it's more. And it has to be 48 inches from the fall zone.
There is a handbook, that I know that, that we refer to, and it has all of those licensing.
So you'd be using the appropriate fill.
Yes, oh, absolutely. Yes.
I would definitely say that they will want you to do a fence.
Okay.
I can definitely tell you that.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
will. Especially you have neighbors, kids wandering off, you got little children.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to keep an eye on all of it. So that would be something you'd probably talk to John or Christine, who's going to be your licenser.
Okay.
Will come out there and help you.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
That was an area of concern for me is that your location on Alco Road, Cape Road here. It's a little blind coming over there. And so it's 2 concerns. One, if a child moved from the backyard to the front, which it's like, hey, to get away. I would be really, really concerned about that. There's such a poor sight line, you would not be able to react or respond to the accident at the body of the child. My other concern is because of that, is cars pulling in and pulling out off the road what is your plan to handle traffic? Is you have potentially 10 to 12 children and parents doing pick up, drop off
So, to be completely honest with you, the site distancing part of, the concern from some of the department heads, I'm not entirely sure how to address that, like where that corner is. So I was hoping to get some direction from Chief Walker or an appropriate person that could help me with that. But we, by our calculations, seem to have enough parking spots, but if needed, we could implement staggered drop off and pickup so that we don't have, 10 cars coming at the same time. I don't know if that necessarily answers your question.
Part of it.
Okay, sorry.
But the other piece of, part of my concern is people pull in, if they're backing out onto the road,
Okay,
that somebody coming over the hill while they're backing out, it's a good shot someone's gonna get hit right there.
okay. So we do have, the parking, picture. This is just something I'm sort of throwing out there. So when you're looking at it, the highlighted area is, the driveway where parking would be available. So if you look to the right of, the paper, we had, we measured it out with our own automobiles that you could fit 4 cars there. Perhaps we could do something where parent pulls in and then when they leave, they can get back in there. And then that way they're coming out of right rather than backing out. So I feel like that might be something that we'd be able to do if we did staggered drop-offs and pickups, and then just all of it, this is like the flow that we'll pull in and then back up there. Maybe, I don't know if that's something that we could discuss.
I did a drive-by today, just to make sure that I had a full
Yeah, absolutely.
understanding of it, and that was one of the pieces that I looked at, and I did see that you had kind of a gravel turn-off area. The other question I had is, seems like there's a fairly, like enough plentiful run of vehicles there in the property?
Yep, we have 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which also becomes kind of an impact in that you think about other people dropping off. If there's 5 cars already occupying the driveway, that's,
Sure.
how do you plan on managing?
So, we have room in our garage for 2, of the automobiles. And then, if you look up to the right of, the garage on the paper in front of you is where we would park the 2 vans. And then on the other side of the grass, is a parking area for, one of the residents of the home because he's a firefighter here in town. And so he typically parks there. So then that way, if he gets a call, he can get out without blocking traffic, or like being blocked out, having to have everyone move out in a quick manner.
Just a quick question. You said the span of age is 6 weeks to 12 years?
Yep.
So there's obviously 2 people keeping an eye on the kids.
Yeah.
6 weeks. Not gonna be doing much. They're gonna be
Right.
inside,
Absolutely.
so somebody's gonna monitor them.
Yeah. And we would stay within the ratios that are set forth by the New Hampshire childcare licensing.
Which isn't like under the age of 2, isn't it? You can have no more than 4 children.
Correct. Yes. Most,
Per person.
yeah, and because we would be a family group, like I said, we can be licensed for 7 to 12 preschool with the 2 of us. However, it's just dependent upon once, Chief Walker comes out and the state comes out and they do their licensing, they would be the ones that would say, you can only have 9 or you can only have 10. Based on the calculations that we made for measuring, we will not get up to 12 or 17 children.
House was built in 1977, lead paint. That's been checked.
The previous owners had it checked, but I have not, but I certainly would be willing to do that.
Is that part of the licensing in the state
It
of
is.
Massachusetts? and
It
stuff?
is now.
It is now.
It came 2 years ago, that
Oh, okay.
was definitely.
So then we'll have
Okay.
it checked for you. Thank you.
So the regs is 1 to 4 under 12 months old. And then it's 1 to 5, 12 to 2. So keep that in mind. Okay, and then it breaks down in different ages, even if it's multi-group, they don't care. They want to make sure those ratios are right in spec.
And I'm not sure if this is an appropriate time to ask, but I have talked to Tatum Santos, and she said that she'd be willing to help me if I have any questions. I wasn't sure if maybe I could call you as well, because you're obviously lots of information when it comes to childcare licensing. We can certainly talk about it later, and you can say no, but, because I want to, I mean, there's no competition in town for childcare. I mean, you know, ABS and Cadazzle, like when you hear Barrington childcare, those are the two places that you hear of. So I will never get to that level. However, I want to foster a sense of community. Like if someone calls me and I'm full, I'd like to be able to say, oh, well, there's the number of ABS and the number of Cadazzle. So I don't want it to be competition. I just want us to foster a sense of community because we all do the job because our children.
It's not about competition. It's about quality of care to those children.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind all the time.
Yeah, definitely. Because I know that it is difficult to find childcare in this town because we are base, and to have quality childcare is definitely.
If you meet me later on or whatever, I'll give you my number and contact. This is an advertisement, but yeah, definitely keep in touch with me. Okay.
I appreciate it.
So, I think we've had a lot of conversation, but one of the pieces we need to talk about is this actually is an application, so it's the application. Perfect. Accept the application as complete in its current status.
We didn't talk about the sign.
Yeah, there's a lot we haven't talked about.
Okay.
Sign can take it out of site review and put it in zoning, so it's administered by me, and they can't carry the end of the zoning.
Perfect. Thank you.
Looking through this, is there anything that would the application from being accepted as complete? Or a motion to accept the application as complete? A motion. Also. Have that number. Yeah. So I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Andy, am I?
Masucci, aye.
Capiello, aye.
That's your right.
That by. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot to unpack here with this. Kind of going through it. Obviously, there have been a lot of questions asked by the board, and a lot of this is facilitated and dependent upon state approvals, review of the fire chief approvals, and then historically, usually we get a plan or an outline for the child care center and what it is and how it's being offered. And what usually gets into, at least my experience has been, we have seen people put packets together that talk about training for employees and how they're ensuring that they have built out a system that is the best interest of the child and the community. They can do it, and maybe that seem far-reaching for anybody. I know when Journey Church or whatever came in, they had their plan and they had a whole packet for how they were implementing childcare in that space.
One of the other ones that have come into the board in the past, they had already talked to the state and had stuff set up to know exactly what space they had, how many children they're gonna have. So how the whole thing was gonna be implemented, and they had a plan how they're gonna implement that plan. That's typical of the ones that came in the past.
Right, and this is.
So I did.
Backwards is the right way for it, because you're trying to work through the process.
Mr. Chair, if I just express from a staff point of view.
Okay.
So meeting with the applicant, as she's expressed that she can't go any further in her state licensing without some form of approval from the board. So just, I know that there's probably more information that you require, but that's also, she necessarily didn't do it quite initially backwards, but this is what I think she needs something first. Or decides not to grant that to her, need more information, just to let you know she can't go forward with in the States without. So. It's, yeah, that's what it was explained as well as like the other applications we've done too. They have provided, like other ones have provided more of a site plan, I think, now looking at a site plan by engineers. But, that's, it's not everything was, so.
And the application is the first step here. Okay.
They have to have a license number in order to, right, John, to put on all of your paperwork and Chief Walker's. So there has to be a license number before she can go any further. And then the state will come out once all that's submitted to the state.
Is the license number tied to the parcel?
It tied to her name.
Right.
Okay, and her name's, her residence is tied, it's all tied in.
Based on square footage.
Square footage, and they're very strict about that. It's 40 per square.
Right.
You know, you can't go 41 or anything.
And it's the
per job.
portion dedicated to that. It can't be part of your resident. It has to be the portion dedicated just.
And I did notice she marked off not for children, different parts of her house, which was great. Bathrooms, she's adequate for the bathrooms.
Is this one large space or is?
Yes, it's an open concept. And so the kitchen has a gate on it, so they obviously can't get in it. And then we have a tiny hallway. And then there's 2 bedrooms, which they don't have access to, and then the bathroom. But bathrooms and hallways are not, and please correct me if I'm wrong, are not included when they measure for the square footage. So it's not obviously included.
You're right.
But is there obviously for them to use.
And it's 1 bathroom for 20 people. And I think even with the children that you have in your team, you've got it.
So we have to issue some kind of preliminary approval so you can go forth,
It would be-
Vanessa, so she can go forth
it would be
and
a
then look to
conditional
come back.
approval Because
It's conditional approval. So the way, looking at the notes of decision, the draft that I have drafted out. But the commission's president, to provide the town grant with a copy of the state exam as part of that, and then as part of that, part of also she's over the examination. John took his of the health officer, make sure that she's compliant, but she's part of her state licensing. I don't know what you need to submit. So the initial thing, I don't know if this suffices.
I've already filled out the packet for licensing and already, because you have to do personnel, so everyone that resides in the home has to have fingerprint with them. And so those appointments are already set for September 13th and 14th. So it is just making sure that the clients,
somebody help me out here, because I don't know this, but I know from myself dealing with the daycare world at a younger point, at some point, they have to come out and do a state inspection of the site, and they.
Before opening, you mean? Or like, yeah, they come they can come at any time. If
Right.
anyone complains, and then, I do believe that they're supposed to be out at least once a year just to check, and I think you don't just have this license forever, you'll have that every year.
So are you already in operation?
So we had 6 children, because, well, I misunderstood. I thought in a residence it was 3 to 1 that you could watch, and since we lived together, we were watching 6. And then, one of the neighbors, not a buddy neighbor, but next to, had filed a noise complaint, and then I had gotten a letter from that gentleman that works with Mr. Hutchins. And so then he said, this is what you need to do. You have to apply for a license because it's 3 residents.
So the state hasn't knocked at your door yet. You're
No, so-
running ahead of the state. basically. You're running ahead of the state.
So I called them,
Yeah.
yeah, and I told them that this is what had happened, and then they, and so then I told them that I was coming to the planning board, and, the woman I spoke to, and I think I can tell you who it is, she had said that I kind of have to work with the town as well as the state, because it has to be in the zoning ordinance that I'm even allowed to have in-home, which I am. I live in the village district. And so then I believe her name is Tasha, and she's just been helping me with what needs to be done. So it seemed to me that I had to do everything kind of together, like a little bit from the state, a little bit from the town. So I didn't realize that I was supposed to just go to licensing first, because I didn't fill this out.
Well, generally you go to licensing first. And you start the process, and then they give you the information and come to your town.
Okay.
Town comes out, inspects everything.
Yeah.
You know, and then they give you the okay, you send all your documents into the state. The state therefore makes an appointment with you, comes out and checks your area,
Yeah.
and then you get the children.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's what I'm saying. Did you do it backwards? You have the children.
Yes, because I thought because it was 3-1 in home, so we have the two of us, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. I'm not here to judge.
Oh,
just-
no, I just want to make sure that you,
Yeah.
like, that you.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarification, so.
Yes, no,
yeah.
thank you. I really appreciate it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So basically, she needs our approval today. So she can let the state know, and she gets her papers for John and for Chief Walker and zoning. And then she can get her license if everything is kosher. She just went a little backwards, that's all. We all do that once in a while.
Any other items from the board? Before we down this, we've accepted the application as complete. Board has all been able to provide comment, and want to make sure that I open it up for public comment. That way we can hear everything, questions, comments, concerns the public has. All right, at this time, I'd like to open this application for public comment. If anybody has something they would like to have addressed, please come up, state your name and address at the board. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name's Courtney Garland. I'm at 160 Deer Ridge. My daughter has been in the care of Becky Santos and Cameron Mahoney since September of 2020. At times, my boys as well. Since being under their care, my daughter's learned to spell and write her name at the age of 3, to respectfully communicate and to love all people. As a parent, when we don't have the option to be home with our children, it's places like Becky and Cameron's childcare that are the next best thing. These two truly have hearts of gold. When in need, they clothe, feed, and love every single child as if they were their own. They provide basic needs and go above and beyond by supplying anonymous gifts to those in need, funding portions of field trips out of their own pockets, and providing meals as necessary. They go out of their way to educate the children on different cultures and ethnicities. During the winter months, they learn and celebrate Diwali, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Christmas, New Year's Day, the Chinese New Year. They teach gender inclusivity in ways that are appropriate for young children. For example, supporting boys who want to be princesses, girls who want to be firemen. They teach cultural diversity by reading books on how their friends may look different on the outside, but on the inside, they're all the same. In the summer, they go on field trips approximately 4 days a week. They do things like visiting horse barns, going to children's museums, traveling to local farms, and going to different parks and beaches. In the winter and fall months, Becky and Cameron plan age-appropriate curriculums. The children are taught about plant life and animals, as well as life skills such as fire awareness and dialing 911 in case of emergency. This childcare is the best thing that has ever happened to my family. My husband and I conducted an extensive childcare search when we moved to Barrington. We looked at all of the centers available and also at some in-home options. We did not take our children's upbringing lightly and are very aware that it takes a village to raise a child. We feel truly blessed to have Cameron and Becky as part of ours. Thank you.
Did I miss something? Okay, just your comment, what was it? Anything else?
Hello, my name is Tatum Santos. I live at 83 Kate Road. And I just wanted to speak on behalf of, even though she's my mother and it may come out, biased, like, of course, I'm gonna be rooting for her. I just want everyone to look kind of at the bigger picture. This has been, everything my mother has worked for a very long time. She's worked in the school district here in Barrington. She has worked in private centers, and now she's moved to in-home. She's been a vital part of this community, and she honestly can't go anywhere without somebody stopping her and without somebody being like, are you still doing childcare? Whatever it may be. She's essential to the community, and I know that there's a lot of new people that have come in and everything, but my thing is that there's a need for childcare. So why are we going to deprive the community of being able to bring their children to somewhere where they feel safe and secure? And being as respectful as I can be, I want others to look at this and realize, is this about the daycare or is this about disgruntled neighbors? For approximately 4 years, nobody has ever, we've already addressed that she's done it a little bit backwards. Nobody's complained. Everything's been fine. We've had abutting neighbors, and I just feel as though they don't like my mom and her personality and just living life. Noises happen in life. Children will play, dogs will bark, and they've already, tried to come for her dog and have called the police on her because the dog barks and they feel as though the dog's not under control. So they fix that. And now they're looking for something else to attack. And now they're coming for her business because we can't have a planning board meeting for somebody's personality, for disgruntled neighbors. And I just want people to look at the bigger factors and look at, are we here because these are major complaints that she has worked diligently to fix? Or is it because neighbors don't want to talk to other neighbors about complaints they may have? I just feel as though all of a sudden one person complained and now everybody has an issue. And if they're able to send an email of their letter objecting this daycare, why could they have not sent an email or a complaint 4 years ago when they realized what was happening? So she's put her heart and soul into this, and she has worked nothing but diligently. As soon as the complaint came to be, she was on the phone calling to see how she could make it right. And it's not some secretive business she's trying to have. She's trying to better the community, correct any mistakes she's made, and just only better those around us. And not only as her daughter and a resident of the home, but as a member of Barrington, literally my whole life, and somebody who may be bringing children into this community. I want to know there's adequate childcare and that people like Becky and Cam are caring for kids. And I just want everyone to consider all of the factors. That is it the daycare? Is it disgruntled neighbors? Is it a combination of both? And what solutions can everybody come up with as mature adults? Thank you.
A person online. I don't know, I can't see who it is, so somebody could.
Are you looking for the person whose hand is raised online?
Yes, please. I don't know how many people's hands are raised, so you have the floor. Amanda, and you can't see your last name.
Sinfo.
Thank you. If you could tell us your address, please, that would be greatly appreciated.
Sure, 86 Autumn Lane.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
So my name is Amanda Sinfo and my child's name is Jameson Sinfo. Jameson was born in May 2020 during the height of COVID. Prior to his birth, I had called multiple daycares, but they were already full and had wait lists. Thankfully, I had family that could assist me with childcare until I could find another alternative. I finally secured childcare by hiring a nanny when Jameson was about a year old. She watched Jameson for 3 months, at which time she decided that she wanted to watch kids out of her own home. Her house was too far of a drive for us as I was still working from home due to COVID. Again, I started looking for care. However, places were even more waitlisted now and some had even closed down. This was a very stressful time. I posted for childcare recommendations on Barrington Connections Facebook group. Multiple people sent me contact information for Becky Santos. I contacted Becky, and thankfully she had the ability to watch my child. She told me about her in-home daycare and scheduled an appointment for my husband and me to visit her home. Upon arriving, we instantly felt comfortable with Becky and Cameron. It so happened that my husband knew Becky in high school and was actually friends with her brother. He also worked with Cameron's older brother at a previous job. As we got in the car to leave the visit, we said to each other, "This is the place for Jameson. We don't need to look anywhere else," and we didn't. Sorry. Jameson started at Becky's daycare in September of 2021. He took to them instantly, which was great, as his first 1.5 years, he was with my husband, myself, or my mom for daily care. The change in Jameson learning and developing was instant. By the second day, we already saw him doing things he had never done before, like using his chin to hold an item so he could pick up more. Becky told me a lot of older kids did that. Jameson had picked up on it in one day. He has continued to blossom and thrive ever since. Finding childcare is a stressful and important decision. There were 4 main qualities we were looking for in a daycare. We wanted trustworthy, a small setting, helpful hours, and what they did with the kids. Becky's daycare met all of these and more. With all the horror stories you hear about daycares, it's really hard to think of having to send your child to a place where you really have no idea what is going on, especially when you're sending a child that cannot speak for themselves to a place all day. It was important that we could trust that the people caring for him. We could trust the people caring for him, sorry. The fact that my husband knew Becky and Cameron's brother and the multiple recommendations helped facilitate that we could trust Becky and Cameron with our child. I myself am high risk and wanted a small daycare to send Jameson to help limit the amount of germs that he would bring home. Having an in-home daycare instead of a center helped limit the exposure. We wanted Jameson to be involved and to be able to be a kid, not just a number. Jameson loves Becky and Cameron. He's learning every day and doing it in a fun environment. He may come home with dirt on his clothes and or body, but that's what we want for our child. We want our child playing outside, getting dirty, learning and exploring when they can. We don't want him cooped up in a building all day. Kids today don't spend enough time outdoors. They spend it in front of electronics. We don't have to worry about that sending him to Becky's. Daycare centers usually have odd hours. My husband and I both work early and late. I start work at 6 a.m. and don't get out of work until 4:30 and work in Kittery, Maine. My husband starts work at 7:30 and gets out at 5. We needed a place that could accommodate a 7 a.m. start, and we could leave him until at least 5 o'clock. Closing Becky's daycare would put undue stress on the parents, but more importantly, the children. These children have grown to love Becky and Cameron, as well as the other children that attend the daycare. They have developed a routine, which is highly important in a child's life. Some of these kids have been going to Becky's for years and have friends now. These kids would be forced to go somewhere new and develop a new routine, which can take months. Jameson goes to daycare 3 days a week. Every Monday when he shows up, he hugs all of his friends that he hasn't seen since Wednesday. The kids love Jameson and really include him even though they are all older than he is. It troubles me to think that I would have to find a new place for Jameson and those kids may not be involved. Sending Jameson to a new place, he may not have that bond. I have a hard time believing that anyone who has experience with Becky and Cameron would complain about their ability to care for children. These kids should not be collateral damage stemming from outside the daycare. I am more than confident in their abilities to care for children, and I am more than happy to recommend Becky Santos to anyone looking for childcare. I have sent her name to quite a few people, including my brother, who is having a child in January. I implore of the town to allow Becky Santos to continue running the daycare out of her home. Becky and Cameron are making one of the most important contributions to society someone can make. They are investing in the child's development, which helps set the child's future up for success. Barrington citizens are lucky to have them caring for our children. Thank you.
Anyone else here that would like to take
none, I will close public comment this time. It's back to,
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
there was, I know in your packet, there was something email. And then there was a letter that we received today, as well. Their concerns were also,
to read them into record.
but you- Sure. This is an email dated from Sunday, August 21st. Dear Barrington Planning Board, the subcommittee's family here, thank you for giving us the time to voice our opinion on this matter brought forward. As a member of the community and as a resident, we directly impacted this proposal. To oppose the family daycare, our concern would be as follows: increased traffic flow, increased level of noise, lack of supervision. Moreover, there's a simple fact they have deceitfully been running a business for several years before they're forced to apply for a license. We've had to go to great lengths and financial expenses on our behalf to provide privacy, to increase the noise that comes from residents. I feel a commercial business in a small residential area not be beneficial nor be fair to residents living in the property. Thank you for taking the time to hear request. Secondly, even R and J. The next, written, documentation is from Wednesday, August 24th, 2022. Just a note to let you know that we support the use of the home on Kate Road for a daycare as described in the application. Stephen and Carol Lane. Map 239.83. Also, that we received today, the date is September 6th, the letter via email. To your board members, we would like to make comments on the upcoming consideration of 239-90-B-22. Our owners, Tatum Santos and Hampshire, regarding permitting of a daycare at 83 Kate Road, Barrington, New Hampshire, 03825. Although we are not direct abutters of the 83 Kate Road property, we would like to voice a concern about the proposed licensing of a daycare business on the property. Our property line is 50 feet from the property in question, and we have impact for years on the property running the daycare. We are very much aware of the need for adequate daycare for children and would support any illegally running licensed daycares and noise impact can be reduced to acceptable level. Until recently, we were unaware that this daycare did not have a zoning and license permissions to run that business in their residential area. Over the years, we've put up with almost constant excessive noise coming from the daycare. We do not have funds to build large sound barrier between our properties. I understand that a reasonable amount of intermittent noise is appropriate on a residential neighborhood. For most days, unless the weather is bad, the noise is pretty much constant from early morning to several occasions recently we've heard what appears to be adults encouraging children to fight. We have not seen what was taking place at the time. It does give us great concern about the type of adult supervision that is being given. We question whether daycare should be given their proposed permit. If it is, we'd like to see the measures taken to mitigate noise and safety concerns. Thank you for considering our comments, Jeff and Rachel. Ones that the staff has received.
Can I make a comment?
You may.
Thank you. Anybody that comes before our board, I'm sure we all have an open mind. We will look at whoever it is and whatever the project is. And we will render a decision or we'll make comments. And in this case, it's simply that we're not against it. It's just that as long as all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted and the state's happy, we're open. We're not. True. As long as all the people fall in line and everything works out, we're not here, no matter what the project is. We're not here to deny projects. We're here to make them as safe as possible for everyone.
I have a general comment for being on the other side of it. The same thing, I have a child who recently got out into the whole daycare scene and is now into the public education system. And my wife and I like to think that we did every due diligence possible before sending our child to the center. Everybody there was a licensed pediatric nurse who worked in the nursing field, as well as childcare. We had reviewed all of the state write-ups for the daycares to see how they had been rated, reviewed, findings were there. And I can tell you, there's nothing that prepares you for the phone call when they say, we need you to come we need you to come here now. And there can be no question, there was a child that passed the daycare that my son was at. And the impact that that has when you don't know why you're going there and you get there and there's a whole bunch of police cars and everything else lined up in front of it is meaningful. And protecting the children of our community is paramount to why we're all here. So nothing is rendered as a personal decision on that way based on neighbor complaints, things like that. It is about the welfare and the well-being of children. And that is pretty much where my position lies.
I appreciate that, Andy. I really do. It's important. And that's what I said at the beginning of this. It's not about competition. I'm here to help you as a child provider. I'm a NACE accredited. It's a top accreditation you can get in our field. And you know that. I know who you are now. I'm here. We want to make everything right for you and go forward. I don't care about the back. I don't care about the noise. I don't care about anything. We want to bring you forward, and this board wants to make sure, like they said, that every department is satisfied. And we want the children safe, and we want, you to be okay with it too. So that's the most important thing, Becky.
Oh, I agree, Donna, and I appreciate that. I think the second tier of that though is, I'm not setting out to make neighbors mad. We all have to live there. So I'd like to, I'm certainly not gonna go over there and talk to them about fighting. Like I'm free. But I do want to extend that olive branch, so to speak. We all have to live there, and I don't want, I'm not intending to make people upset. So I hope that we can come to some sort of resolution so that we are having the in-home and that I have the support from the town and state, obviously, but also, they don't necessarily have to agree. We don't have, I also don't want them to be miserable every day because I have it in there. And maybe we can find some sort of resolution for noise and things like that.
I think you made the best step right now coming to the board. I really do, and making it worthwhile. I have, my center, I have a lot of noise and everything. Chief Walker comes over about every other day when my fire alarms go off because my cook gets it smoked up, but he's pretty good about it. He's pretty good. Everybody's here to help. We just want to make it worthwhile. And I love the testimonies that you've gotten. They're perfect. They're perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for being willing to help me. I do appreciate it because I know you're all helping me in some, but in terms of the child care aspect of licensing, I do know that you're a lovely information. So I appreciate you extending that.
So I guess I want to pull the board as to where is your general sense on this?
Mine is let it go. Let's let her have it. Let them have it. Pass it. I'm in favor of approval that she takes all those steps. I see Chief Walker's in this building right now. I'm sure he's going to know about it.
When we say all those steps, we need to be very clear about defining those steps, and that's. Yes, I think it has to be part of the notice of decision. It's got to be well defined. As I said, the cart is before the horse here, and the horse is already out of the barn. With that in mind, part of what I look at is, again, my concern is the well-being and the safety of children that are currently already in your care. Now, obviously, they've been there sounds like people have been through there for some period of time. But I firmly believe there needs to be some level of check to make sure that there is a general wellness that has been kind of secured and prepared while we work through this process, because this could take a while. Chief has his hand up, so if you could you, since you will be
Just to
part of
give you
this-
guys a little bit of a clarification on the process. A couple of years ago, I kind of put the cart in front of the horse and worked with somebody to do a project. Found out that the project didn't fit the neighborhood, so a very valuable lesson was learned from there. It's like, you go back and make sure the town is gonna allow you to do what you need to do on your property before you come see me. But, so Donna certainly can attest, she's doing a lot of years, and she understands that there's two pretty tough deals to go through. That's one is the fire chief, local fire chief, responsible for making sure that the place is safe for the kids in the state of Hampshire, and the state inspectors. And most of the time, the state is actually maybe a little bit more stringent than we are. We have different things to look at, but very seldom do the two of us have to sit down and negotiate anything. It's usually I'll come in and say, here's all my stuff. State says, here's their stuff. So really, if it puts you folks' mind at ease, and the only reason I'm here tonight is if you had questions for me, I didn't want to have to push us out another month, because I know she's been doing daycare. She worked in centers. She's done stuff on her own. Worked with her professionally for a lot of years. Never found a parent or a kid that didn't like the lady, much like Donna. Donna's heart's way bigger than Donna's, but that's a different story. But anyway, just to put you folks' mind at ease, the state's pretty stringent about it. I'm by fire code and required to be pretty stringent about what I need to do. So it's really about the building that meets the town's needs where it is, addressing your parking, addressing people being able to get off the street. That was one of my concerns, much like yours, is making sure that people can safely enter and exit the property with these kids in the car. But from once you folks have decided that they meet your requirements for the property, they don't get anywhere without myself and the state saying it's okay. So.
Go ahead.
Have you been there to do any type of inspection?
No.
yet?
No.
And that's kind of what I was gonna say. What would it take to get you in there just to do a general life safety inspection?
So again, the general, I think what we're looking for is kind of a conditional approval.
Yep.
Then what that triggers the ability for me and the state to go in, and I look at the square footage. I make sure that that the doors operate, that there's no air wiring, that there's no outlets that aren't protected. They have to be covered if they're not in use. Making sure there's the general daycare area is tidy, kept clean, that kids can't have access to anything, chemicals and stuff like that. It's all secured. Those are the kind of things we look at. And then probably the most important thing is what you touched on is I look at the area and I measure the area and come back with a number to say, you can have 8 kids, you can have 9 kids. Usually what happens is, inevitably you'll measure it and it'll come back as 8.5 kids, and I'll say you can have 9 kids, and the state will typically go, okay, if the fire chief's okay with that extra half a kid, then we got to.
I don't want to see the other.
No.
Solomon.
Part of the licensing, there is a checklist in which Chief Walker has to, sign off on this particular sheet, which is what goes to state licensing. So there, she essentially checks, I guess, what they're looking for.
Yeah, and they have to do fire drills, and it's clear that they have to, we work with them to make sure that they're doing the right way, meaning that they can In some cases, they're required to put a fire alarm system in. I'm not sure if that house will require it or not, it depends on the layout of it, but if not, then they have to actually use a smoke detector in the home and set that off. They can't use a bell or something like that. It has to be what would really happen in an emergency, and we can go in at any time and review that. They have to check doors on a daily basis and post a document. All that.
So I have to keep a fire drill on for the state as well.
Any more questions for me?
Okay, so we could make a proposal for preliminary approval based on building department, police, fire chief, road agent,
Yep.
and the state.
Conditional approval based on, those items, and I think we've got this list is partially there, but there's more that we need to add to it. So I want to make sure we compile everything that we want to make sure is covered in that conditional approval. Yes.
There's also a waiver that the
From 3.1, I saw that.
yeah.
From-
Like me to read that for everything for you.
Sure. But that's, make sure you speak up.
Okay.
I was just.
Am I still too soft?
I can hear my phone. Sorry.
You've been good, but just speak up, enunciate the microphones. Thank you.
Okay. That's your turn.
Please.
Okay. The requested waiver from the applicant for this application is the requirement to have all site plans shall be prepared and stamped by a professional engineer. Boundary monuments will be certified by a licensed surveyor for section 3.1.1 of the site plan review regulations. Not granting the waiver would be posed an unnecessary hardship to the applicant, and granting the waiver would not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulations.
Would anyone like to? Sorry, my brain is starting to fog over. Would anyone like to make a motion to grant a waiver from 3.1?
Make a motion to grant a waiver for 3.1 site plan review regulations, and that not granting the waiver would pose an unnecessary hardship to the applicant, and granting the waiver would not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation.
I'll second that motion.
Indiana, I.
Masucci, aye.
Capiello, aye.
Driscoll, aye. Chester, aye.
Gamble, aye. General commentary here. After conditions precedent me, provide the town of Barrington County the state license to operate and control residents for child care and take care of the school state regulations for operation of child care. 2 is approval of hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. 3 is fencing / screening perimeter to the property for safety. Personally, you can have screening, but fencing, I think screening is just bushes in some instances.
Well, the requirement's gonna be for them to fence the kid anyways, according to them.
Yeah.
Screening is kind of just brought up by staff as well to maybe address some of the noise.
Yep. Fully in support of that.
Both are.
Both. Okay. Adequate parking and signage needed for loading and unloading. We discussed parking as an a pull in and exit strategy to make sure people are safely accessing Cape Road. Five would be in my case, it would be an immediate inspection from the fire chief and his conditional approval. and I'm assuming, and Rick, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you would provide what needs to be done and then timelines for how quickly, like, is it immediately or?
Rick, some things have to be maintained immediately.
Yeah.
And some things can be given a time frame for correction depending on what it is. You know, if it's an imminent threat, then it has to be taken care of immediately.
So, have an immediate inspection by fire chief and his conditional approval for fire chief's recommendations. That makes sense to everybody.
This would be before this date, what you're requesting before this.
Yeah,
date goes
I mean,
into
there are
effect.
already children here, so I look
I
at
just want
this
to
as
make sure.
that
Yeah.
importance is to get somebody in there and validate that space. Not that I'm saying it's just.
No, yeah.
That is an important piece.
That's the question. At the same time, or I mean, it's not at the same time, but should I reach out to Mr. Mitchell and come for a health inspection as well?
Yes, that would be number 6.
Oh, sorry.
The subsequent inspection. I think it could be the same time by inspector.
He's trying, usually end up doing an inspection separately because of how our schedules work.
Right. Similar, it's synced here. Talked about race that we don't have here in our conditions precedent.
Well, state inspection, does that need to go?
That's number 1.
Oh, okay.
And we have fence, right?
That's screening is number 3.
Number 3.
Okay. Do you have any pets? Have all caught up on rabies and everything? Good.
Yep.
Those documents have to be available.
I already have them ready. I went through the 2 checklists and got together what I could.
Oh, you already got the checklist from the state?
Yeah, when I printed out the application packet and filled it all up, so I have those 2 and definitely.
That's basically what I'm gonna look at.
And NHDES for water testing.
Yes, the water testing. Super.
Is that part of yours, John?
I need to have a water test that's been conducted within 12 months of the time I did my inspection. That's part of that sheet that I gotta send.
So would you not be able to sign off? If, like, say you come in 2 days, but I don't have the water test.
If you get the water test and you submit it to them, sometimes you get it back in a couple of days, sometimes it takes a week. It doesn't take a long time for that water test to get back.
Okay.
The first one would be just bacteria. That's the first thing. So I can pull that for you. I'm a well operator. I can come over and pull it for you, get it ready for you, okay? All right. And then after that, there's a lot more to it, but that'll get him satisfied, his department satisfied.
Funny smelling those on fingers.
So the lead paint was the other one.
Yeah.
Is it part of the state? Oh, yes,
And-
because you said it was in there.
Yeah.
It is. And what the state requires is you can go to Lowe's or any place and get one of those kits.
$10.
Yep.
They get a kit.
So don't call anybody, you know, it's expensive. That's all you need.
Thank you.
I think that's. This one?
It depends on what gets found, it should,
Right.
and out that would have to be addressed, but as Rick said, if it's something minor that can be addressed in a few days, it's not.
Okay, so the other piece that stands out to me is with the precedent conditions, typically they're, if not that, within 12 calendar months of today's being September 6th, 2023. I'm not comfortable waiting 12 months for precedent conditions.
No, what's typically the state.
Yeah.
Once we get approval.
So right now the state, because we're in need of quality care, they'll come out, like if she calls them, if she gets Rick and John together and get that submitted, they'll come out like within a week. So I would say it'd be safe to say within 60 days. And that's pushing it. I mean, they shouldn't come back for that.
So does that include installing a fence in 60 days?
Well, that begins, that would be, they're not gonna get that. Right.
And the fences, yeah, I can talk to you later about that.
Okay.
So obviously fencing a challenge within 60 days.
Well, item number 3 kind of ambiguous. It's kind of a large lot to do the perimeter.
She doesn't have
It's
to.
over an acre, right?
Right.
It is, it's 1.9.
Yeah, you want to just do the area around based
Yeah.
off the house.
Maybe instead of saying perimeter, say play area.
It's,
Yeah,
yeah,
play area.
50 square foot per child. That's what's required by the state.
So just put play area.
Play area.
Yeah. And I would just ask myself is that she's licensed within those, within that time. And then the licensor will come out and they will definitely, they usually give a little bit of time, you know, an adequate amount of time, but we're talking about winter too, so it's gonna have to be, you know, done quickly.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying, so. And there's exceptions right now. There's exceptions that they'll do for the fencing until springtime. So that's why I really like to talk to
In
you.
Donna's regulations on height of fence for
4
children
foot.
by age.
4 foot. Yep, and it can't be any lower than 4 foot.
And 4-inch openings too, less than 4-inch. openings.
4 inch, but there's the green square fence that you can put around. It's real cheap, like, I don't know.
Oh, plastic.
Mesh fence.
Yep, they'll use that.
So
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Acceptable.
I don't know if anybody else has had experience with that. I know I've used it on projects. They call it long fence. It's, they're 4x4 squares. You can get them at like Tractor Supply, and they're 16-foot lengths. And they're aesthetically pleasing, plus they're, if you put them together and you sister them in, they actually can be, very nice at the end, and they support 200 pounds per square inch, which you're not gonna have 200 pounds unless you have an exceptionally large child.
And you can just use the metal engineering stakes to put it to the
They,
uprights.
they make a screw rivet that goes down,
Oh,
and
okay.
you can pin them that way, or you can do them with posts. I actually use them for railings. And they create a very modern, lovely.
Tractor Supply would
Yeah,
have all
they're
that.
becoming more of the rage. I did it about 5 years ago. almost. Seen more of it.
So I'll check it.
Yeah, check on that.
I'll check it.
I like that. What's the name of it?
Hog fence is what it is.
Because I know that we will require, you know, 2 entrances and exits, so just make sure that the hot fence, like, there's some sort of key, so that I'll be able to do that with that self-function.
And you can do all of that with that.
Okay.
Almost setting up like a chain link fence, except for you're using the hot fence in between the poles. That would change.
Okay.
Same concept.
Okay.
I think we're ready.
I just want to back up for a second for the time
Yes.
to strike. So I just did that because it was a minor site plan and their regulations say the 12 months. So is there a timeline? That, I don't know if we can set one, but
I think the timeline to licensing, just to make sure the kids are safe, you could do because they're allowed them to continue operating. That's what the.
Yeah, I would say making sure that the fire chief, John are all out there within,
I'll call them tomorrow. I'll call you.
I'm assuming 15 days, that's 2 weeks to,
about
is
15
that
days.
suitable for you folks to be able to get out
Yeah,
there?
but within 15 days of it.
Right.
Did you want a timeline for the licensing too?
I'd give them
That's
30.
probably gonna be more like a fun thing, probably.
I'd give them 30 days, and it'd be sooner, but rather than pushing them over, you know, that, give them 2 weeks, and then licensor doesn't come out until 3 weeks. I don't want them to run into that. I wouldn't want to see that happen. So I would say really and truly 60 days at just 2 months to be complete. Good.
What I would look at is, conditions being 15 days for inspections by town department heads.
Mhm.
That's gonna be 15 business days.
Yeah,
Business days, good, good catch.
business days or calendar days?
Calendar.
I would lean on calendar.
Yeah.
days.
So then 14.
Yeah.
There's 15 days. Got it.
You're right, calendar would be better.
Do you do 14? 15?
I can do whatever the board would like.
14 and a half.
Remember, you round up.
Then we round.
Then you round up.
to 15.
Just like we
No
did with the
action.
kids.
Yeah, 15 days
That's
for
fine, it's fine.
inspection, for town inspections. Town related inspections.
Four minutes.
60 days.
So I apologize because I've never been in one of these. So after I get these things done, I come back to another board meeting to show you these things. No.
You will submit everything. Planning on those switches, your completed packet with the conditions precedent that shows that you have met all those conditions, and then they will issue you your occupancy.
Yeah, so from the land use department side, which is where you submit your application, we sat down together. Melanie, you have the notice of decision that we come before today to shows all the conditions. Either email me or drop them off in the office to make sure that all of those are met. I'm gonna keep that in the file, that way we'll come back.
And same thing when I get the state license, I can just, okay.
Yeah, you can just forward me a copy.
Okay.
As well, but the inspections, I can also get together with you for
I'll make sure we get a copy.
a copy of their inspection.
Okay.
To meet those conditions.
Okay.
So that way you can operate.
Okay, thank you.
There.
All right. Go through the notice of decision.
It's the procurement. I will print it. This is the- Okay. Okay, on September 6th, 2022. We have, the planning board has conditionally approved the application. And all the present conditions below must be met by the applicant at the expense of the applicant prior. This plan to be certified. Right, sorry, John. Let me restart over. The planning board at its September 6th, 2022 meeting conditionally approved your application for reference. Also reference above your application this evening. Once all the precedent conditions must be met by the applicant at the expense of the applicant. Once the precedent conditions are met, the approval is considered final. Please note if all the precedent conditions are not met within 15 calendar days for inspections by town staff and 60 days for licensing from the state, the board's approval will be considered a lapse unless a mutual agreeable extension is granted to the board. The conditions precedent is number 1, provide the town of Barrington a copy of the state license to operate a current residence for childcare, state's family group daycare. This will include the state regulations for the operation of childcare. I have number 2, approved hours of operation are year round from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Fencing and screening of the play area for the property for safety and noise. Adequate parking and signage needed for loading zone and pickup and drop off. Accessing Kate Road. Number 5, within 15 calendar days, an inspection from the fire chief to review the childcare space for safety. Number 6, within 15 calendar days, inspection by the health inspector to review the space for safety. Number 7, NHDES water test submitted to the health inspector. Any changes to the site use, the operation of the business will require reapplication and review by the planning board. At the planning board meeting, the board approved the waivers. The requirement to have all site plans shall be prepared and stamped by a professional engineer. Boundary monuments shall be certified by a licensed surveyor for section 3.1.1 of the site plan review regulations. Taking a wish to best of luck in your project.
Oh, yes, we have to take a vote. Nap aye.
That's your eye. Just go ahead.
Gabriella, I. Masucci, I.
Andy, am I?
Make a motion.
I motioned it.
I'll second
And you said, yeah.
That was, yeah.
Late hour.
Oh, you know what? You know what, I stand corrected for that. That was the, that was we motioned and seconded the.
Yeah, it's like one plate.
I'll make sure I add that.
In the waiver for 3.1.
Yeah.
So, again, I will motion as long as you second the approval, okay, so the formal approval there. on that. Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, I apologize for the long lengthy meeting here. Mr. Thibodeau, I'm also going to request a 5-minute final break, so.
Okay.
Yes, use the restroom.
I can add that.
Okay. Nice job with that. Please.
It's not that bad. I believe you out there.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. They share. So they came back some.
It's not like the other bathroom. Wow, the other building, you walk in one.
So excited.
That's 7 places to go.
It's about
Right here, it's individual bathrooms. It was down. You lined up in the hall.
See, what you doing?
It's the law condominium across from my house. I think it's 22 acres. They're gonna subdivide it. Good. But it's literally across the street from my house. From my-
So
Hey, what's up?
I have a feeling.
Who's on?
Steve, too.
Thank you for your patience. Next application before us is 234-77. Did I miss something? We have the, I'm sorry, 223-9-PR-SDA-22-3 three lot subdivision. Family trust request by the applicant.
This must be a
Proposing
three-lot
three-lot
subdivision.
subdivision with one back lot on Swift Pond Road. They're requesting a we received notice requesting continuance.
That was today, we received a continuance from the
Okay.
project manager. They were working with department heads and land use staff to work through some of their comments and application plans. Have Deborah revised the plan set, which are draft these comments, meant to be 1 week before the meeting at today's date when I mentioned that deadline. Therefore, various circumstances, we have the applicant request to change the application to the next scheduled planning board meeting, which point the board will have adequate time to review the revised plans, associated documents. Thank you for consideration, and just also notice I've not received those plans yet, or today.
He's bringing them tomorrow.
I make a motion to grant news.
It's all,
Matt,
the date and time.
is that the next meeting?
The next public hearing, the next one is work session.
So October 4th.
I'll second that.
Now, an EMI.
Just go live.
Suit ya.
I already got me.
Next on the agenda is 234-77-TC-22-SR. First Paul Linda Thibodeau, the vocal trust for West by applicant proposing.
There's a hand up on
The site review, this one, I believe.
There's a gentleman.
Oh, did I miss?
I don't,
I don't know. It's Greg,
Hello.
Greg, what?
What's up?
Did you say that you're not going to be doing anything on 223 lot? Hello.
No, correct. It was continued to the October, till October 4th.
Okay, thank you.
As much as I do. Hey, I'm getting a lot of work done, you know?
So was I.
You're better half. I see in the city.
I had to go to Florida. Don't hold it against me.
Going on vacation.
It's not a big deal.
Sorry.
Who goes to Florida? That's perfect. You don't go to Florida in August
No,
or
you
September.
don't, unless you actually have to.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Christian Smith, Principal Engineer with Beals Associates. Obviously, Mr. Thibodeau is with me in the audience tonight, here to represent this project. So I do understand you went through a design review last month. And so this is not brand new to you, but perhaps the finished plans look slightly different than what have been sketched. So the proposal is to do 6 total residential units, each with a 480 square foot commercial space in the basement or on the lowest floor. On map 234, lot 77. Total parcel area is 3.42 acres. The contiguous upland area, which you can reference, and I will see if I can scroll down here. You can reference on the existing conditions plan. Total contiguous area is 140,120 square feet. So there is approximately 8,815 square feet of wetlands on the parcel. What we'll be proposing
will be a wetland impacted access, which Mr. Thibodeau actually already has an existing DOT permit to have that crossing. It will obviously have to be upgraded via a change of use application to the state when it goes to construct this. So right in here, you'll see where the crossing is, if you can follow that cursor. And it ends up being 365 feet of actual wetland disturbance. And with the associated buffer disturbance in that area, as well as where the road curves up here between stations 3 and 400, the total buffer impact is 11,010 square feet of the newly implemented wetland buffer. Mr. Thibodeau did provide a wetland buffer special permit application with this for that work, as well as a couple of waivers for landscaping and a waiver for the lighting criteria in the site plan. I did read through some of the staff comments, and let's see if I can zoom in here just a touch. I know that Chief Walker had made the comment about the turnout for the fire truck. So you can see in this area, we've got 42 feet to the center line in that turnaround. And obviously the truck would be coming in on the other lane, which adds an additional 10 feet. So it's approximately 52 feet with a 20-foot radius and 20-foot width. And it's my understanding that that meets NFPA. We can get together with Rick and, make sure he concurs with that. But to me, I believe that meets the criteria question on that one. Mr. Chairman, I think I will just quickly touch on what we've done for grading and drainage. Really best to go to the profile. Zoom back out so you can actually see the entire site. We have designed in a very significant component of infiltration to this property simply because the soils are so good. Our certified soil scientist, Jack Hayes, did the soil mapping as well as the wetland delineation. And basically, as you get up into the slope, headed towards the top of the hill and the entire back of the parcel, it's all a group A soil. And what that means is very, coarse sands. Drains very well. We use the KSAT, which is the infiltration rates that are published by the soil scientist book for the Northeast. And then you divide that rate by 2 for a factor of safety. But we have developed a bioretention area, which is actually a filtration pond in 4 locations, either side of the road and the parking area here. One at the end of the road up at the turnout by the where the fire truck will turn out. And then again, one here off this additional 6 parking area for the residents. In between each of the homes and on the edges of most, we have some fairly significant stone drip edges. That's basically washed stone with a permeable geofabric underneath it, so that you don't have the fines with soil intermingling and blinding that drainage trench. But that's what these little hatch lines are, or hatched areas are. Those are all going to be stone drip edges. You have the opportunity to leave that just exposed stone, or you can have a gutter system with a downspout that goes into those trenches, and then they can be actually, the fabric will go over the top and they won't be seated, so they don't necessarily look like drip edges. But that's really a personal preference. So we've got, in between all of the homes, as well as the 4 actual filtration ponds, which, the water gets treated from the biomedia in those ponds prior to exit. And 2 proposed culverts, one at the entrance to keep the roadside soil flowing, and one at the wetland crossing such that the wetland hydrology is not compromised through there. We are proposing a cistern. I did read through what we had was a 10,000, and I believe that Chief Walker had discussed a 20,000. Again, we'll get together with him and get him what he needs for that. And I think with that, unless the board has any specific questions about anything I've just discussed, I'll let you guys tell me what you need to know.
In an architectural question. I remember some of the discussion we had last time was removing the.
I changed it.
You changed it, but you also changed the structure.
That's what I changed.
Yeah.
Because Andy didn't like that hip.
Oh, and I hate the.
That was to make Andy happy, and
Well,
now I'm not making you happy.
Yeah, we have more seniority, so. So not only that, but the ends are boxed in now, they're not open.
Right. I thought that would keep the snow out of there, and that might be a good idea.
Okay, I just think the look from the street, the look driving up their driveway.
I
This
kind of
looks
liked the
more.
way I had it, but Andy was adamant.
Here we. All right, we're gonna take a vote here.
This was better. I like this one better.
Which one do you like better?
With the real.
No, go, that's the.
That's the other side of the house.
Oh.
That's okay. It's the same thing.
I think if you went with the first one, put the small gable over the door.
Oh,
Just
wow,
the
you
shed.
want both?
Just the sheds, well, I'm looking more for
Well,
people getting there,
what's
keeping the sidewalk clear.
Okay.
What's the depth of the step up to the door? You said like 3 feet. I mean, it's not very deep. That porch, right?
The width, the depth of the porch?
Yeah.
4 feet.
4 feet.
That's good.
And you're talking about,
I was just talking about just putting something
Where
here.
is he
oh,
talking about?
yeah. Just to keep the rainwater off the,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
But it's your building, it's not ours.
Are we convinced, Andy?
Whatever you wanna do.
Look,
And-
it is not my.
Which one do you like?
So- Yeah, what we comparing here?
You need, they changed it to this thing.
Oh, no, I like that one better. That's smoother.
What do you think?
I actually don't, I think if you look at it from the front, I don't know if it will actually look.
Okay.
Andy?
So, no,
What do
I
you
like,
like?
Well, I don't want to win from you. The original one, all I thought was the railing was gonna disappear. Of course, you're supporting what? 26, 28-foot roof?
It's not
And
much.
you don't have any posts there, so that might be a problem.
Well, one at each end.
Yeah, one at each end.
Yeah, it's a
You
small.
got
roof.
engineered.
Engineer beam across it. Andy didn't like the rails either, so.
Well, the rail, yeah, I thought we were just getting rid of the one. It was less than 2 feet.
Place the chair.
What do you?
Really, this is.
I don't have a problem with like leaving,
Then we will look.
with leaving the posts. It's, I just.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the roof line, right?
oh, yeah.
Initially,
Agree.
I had discussed the roof line was to put the optional solar panels on that. That was,
Right. Yep.
but we're in such a mess with it, I don't know if the cost would override the benefit, so.
I just think if you look at well, I had a couple of things also, those little windows up there.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, you got a shower behind the other space, right? You couldn't put a
That-
third window there, yeah,
there is a shower there.
yeah.
You should have been designing my building.
Yeah, I have been. But
Where did
you can make false windows.
I could put a window
Send us
shower.
two versions of
You
the
could, yeah.
plans, first submittal with application is dated August.
I just
17th,
think that
and
3 of them
third.
along there would look,
Oh, you don't-
More symmetrical.
yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Not a bad
Um,
idea.
Oh, that's the one that I
You know,
packet.
Oh, I don't, yeah, I don't.
That's
But I like having.
Right,
a
right,
third
right,
window.
Yeah.
The third window looks
So
better.
you agree with this?
I can go with either.
So get that.
Either
to
one.
the-
I don't think it
The
differs.
Checklist is February.
What's the height, overall height?
I think it's
Overall height,
That was
from
their
my-
original submittal.
Yeah, from like.
I'm not sure that's the
Probably
most important part of the discussion.
Then you add and walk out.
You get 5
Yeah,
votes.
I actually agree with
The whole building is less than 40
The look
from the lowest.
is better, that, yes, of that. I think we're
So-
talking about the garage.
This thing is only 3 feet deep.
40.
Yeah, no, I
Yes.
fully agree.
From-
The only,
from Route
the only
9.
way it would look
Right.
better
Oh,
The other
from
side,
that way is if
totally.
you did
I'm
it.
just saying, as far as access for cheap walker.
And that would be
The ladders.
crazy expensive to do as opposed to.
Well, the
so I
Windows
fully
in those,
agree.
the floor plan allows for you to
Just
have
having
windows,
come on.
even where those small ones are.
I'm talking about ladder truck access, if you had to get up. What's the height? Set up the ladder, how tall?
I thought my wife was here from that.
The panic look on his face.
How tall is?
Let me do some math, okay?
Oh, I just want you to know,
Well, it's a back.
Yeah, we're back to that.
With the third window,
Yes, sir.
eyebrow,
They don't have one.
whatever they
Yeah,
call
we
it.
all agree on the window.
I'm gonna take a picture of this.
You take it.
And we have to sign it.
Yeah,
You don't need to write. I'm in full agreement with that. I just thought you were gonna put a little hip off of that to make sure to count the walkway, but honestly, I'm fine with it. It's all the way.
you just put a little diverter on the roof.
Yeah,
right?
I'm
Just gets the-
totally okay with it. Don't make any extra work out of it, especially at my account.
Well, it doesn't make any extra work for me, I don't do the architect. Paul's got extra work to do. One thing I guess I should touch on while Paul's determining the height of the building. There were a few comments that came in from department heads and staff about the site distance and the question of snow storage out near Route 9. With Mr. Thibodeau's existing NHDOT permit and the recorded easement, sightline easement that he has with the neighboring parcels, he was actually able to already trim back that area. And I actually drove in there before the hearing tonight, and the site distance is incredible without the woody vegetation there. I mean, there's still some low brush or whatever,
Is
but.
that like the 400-foot DOT?
Exactly, we're gonna have to prove that to them anyway,
Three and a half feet
go
off.
with the change of use permit. And, it actually facilitates a lot of area for snow storage as well. So
Well, I think
that's
we had a
all.
comment before about keeping so much greenery facing the historic church building. So forth.
And what is standing there now is gonna stay standing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
We took the pines out, but we talked about that.
And your waiver you're looking for, actually with all of the what you have to go through just to handle the drainage, it's not gonna be a lot of grass area anyway.
No, there's not.
One guy we had, we suggested the New Hampshire DOT wildflower mix. You don't have to. Wildflowers, yeah, made for this. Dome.
The stuff they put along the highway.
Yeah, they blow it on a lot of the slopes
Yeah.
on the highways, yeah.
Yeah,
To answer your previous question, 39.33 feet
Bye.
high from the lowest level.
yeah, the question I had, you got an egress window on that top, that south-facing bedroom. The,
The egress window is actually on the
Yeah.
east side.
and
And
one
the
of those
floor.
buildings, there is only 8 feet between that and the next building. I was wondering, have to get a ladder up there or something. And you mentioned that one of the stone,
I think 8 is a bit of most of the.
yeah,
12.
most of the 12, I think.
Maybe
you've got
4
eight.
and 5 might be.
Yeah,
might
between
be
4 and
too
5,
soon.
it's 8 feet. Of course, you could put one of those ladders they can hang on and they can just climb down, one of those fold up. But I don't know if the chief is gonna notice that part.
I have one of those in the top floor of my house.
Yeah, right, yeah. Because Chief Andy would let us know if you get the angle you firefighters climbing up.
The only reason I ask the question is if it's roughly 40 feet, they don't have a ground ladder. They certainly don't have a 40-foot ground ladder. If they had a 40 or a 50-foot ground ladder, they take at least 6 people
Yeah.
to handle it. I don't know if 6 people initially respond, A. B,
Not immediately.
Yeah. and B, if you've got to get a ladder truck,
Okay.
that's coming out of Dover. And that's,
Dover, a dorm has 100.
yeah, and that's not gonna be here within, I don't know, 15 minutes.
Right,
So that's the only reason I asked.
because that assumes that that's in that one bedroom, but of course
Right.
you have to have egress in every room,
Yeah.
right?
Only egress in the bedroom.
Right, that's what we're talking about, one of the
Not in
bedrooms.
every room.
No, we meant the 2 bedrooms that are in that second floor.
Because I think got going up the back with windows.
So, on the right side,
On the outside.
the outside, there's egress windows on.
On the side towards the back of the lot, because the lot goes up.
Right.
So it'd only be like 25 feet or something, to shut the window, the bottom of the window.
On the backs, yeah.
That's not a problem.
And that building's only 20 feet wide, so by the time you get your roof pitch going, it's not.
We've got,
Looking at the height of the egress windows are 40 feet in the air, You know, like.
One other
That's a
quick,
good point.
one other quick question. You've got business in the lower level. Are they gonna have detection, smoke alarms in there? And are those smoke alarms gonna be tied to the occupancy above that business? Because if something happens downstairs, you sure as heck want those people to know.
I think it has to be by code.
Yeah.
That's a John question.
Yeah.
Even with fire code separation, that still has to be, it's the same building.
If you got the 3-hour separation, then they're considered a separate building. So therefore, they'd be considered separate buildings. Depends on the type of uses to the separation, because it might be, if you got just a regular business use, then they might allow you a 2-hour separation too. Where it's considered, you know, what, protection from the other occupants.
One of the potential occupants I wrote might be like a coffee shop, but no kitchen. So.
Yeah, so if we look at that use to the one use, it probably comes down to like an hour and a half or 2 hour separation. I'd have to look at the book and see exactly. Well, I got the four, Ronnie brought up the 15% open space. So even if you did it in that front area to the left of where the driveway goes in, and just designate it as the open space, so therefore it's shown, it's gonna give you that buffer that you were trying to keep from the road going back, and that way, any future development that's noted as open space, which is kind of under restriction, but it needs to be going with it.
And can that be on both sides of that entrance?
Those arguments are showing the 50%, and the whole idea is you're trying to make that pleasing going back there and keeping the building back, so that's kind of the intent of that open space building.
Right. Yeah, and quite frankly, the way it's been cut to date, that's right beside that driveway. You've got a solid stand of trees for, yes, it's probably 150 feet.
Probably minimum 50 by.
That's probably more than your 15% you gotta put in, if you break it all down, but that gives you that, kind of that softening buffer, keeping everything back, you know, that. But at the same time, it's still open enough so the business will be noted so that they can have maintenance.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming there's gonna be some kind of signage out front.
There will be, and it'll be determined by tenants, how much they need. I mean, this is such a low impact kind of business. It's gonna be there. I'm not gonna have any big signs at the road, maybe just the street address big. And then once people enter that.
A small panel for each of the 6 occupants, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have that in the sign regulation, where you can have one sign and then you get so much for each other.
Right, yeah.
The sign.
And I was mentioning to Paul, I've seen situations like this that not necessarily 100%, but a whole lot of the percentage of occupants use their own, you know, they live above and work downstairs. They just use it as their own little professional office building.
So there's actually no people coming in to use the service.
In very many cases that I've seen this kind of implemented before.
But as John had mentioned, they do have to be completely separate, right?
Depending on the use to what the fire separation has to be. correct?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, the commercial space.
right, so we come off the back of the building, off his porch, walk down the 8 or 12-foot separation to go in the front door.
I just went through my mind when you said that. We'll talk to John, maybe we can give him a fire door or something.
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, there's a way to do the walls and the doors to make it so that it meets that.
Yeah, even if you goes down to the basement of the thing and have that firewall you have there, you could put a fire door there, right?
Yeah, and it depends on what the firewall is to what the fire door is gonna be.
Yep.
So the fire door doesn't have to meet the same rating as the firewall.
I got you. I had another question. You had talked about actually having a pavilion in the back of the property, but I think,
And,
oh, I think, looks like bio retention pond number 3 is that area. Is that true?
Yeah. Oh, no, these were the plans that were submitted before.
okay,
I saw.
so,
You can take that up and show the board.
okay.
I know you have access to the K property behind you for recreation.
At this point, it's only, it's not.
Yeah,
Okay, so This is what I,
Current use, but,
this is what I've drawn.
oh, okay.
A 12 by 60, which would give each unit 10 feet
Oh,
by
okay.
12.
Just store their outdoor stuff. and
Yeah,
stuff.
you know, put picnic tables in there, put whatever. in there.
That's good.
Steel roof cupolas on it.
But not storage, did you say storage? This is
No,
more
this
open
is-
use,
This is
right?
open,
Yeah.
totally,
No
totally.
way to put that leaching field.
Could be said over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that would give you more room to do that if you need to, depending on the topography.
It should blend in well with the leaching field because the soils are so good that these fields are gonna set pretty flat
Okay.
anyway. And then I put another building here, which is, something like 11 by
Oh,
18.
a shed.
Very quick story.
Yep.
And I'm thinking about putting a tractor shed or place.
Right.
Because pushing snow around is just gonna be,
It is gonna be a problem.
it's gonna be,
Where you
it's gonna
gonna
be piles
Where you
everywhere.
gonna put it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can always do the winter time,
Yeah.
push it stuff, but
Yeah.
it's just gonna get in the landscape and so I think this is film forward.
Sounds good.
Maybe in that narrative, you can put something about the snow that the department heads that think about storage areas, saying that it's gonna be done with a snow blower, so therefore it's not like you. So you would not, carry on. Snow,
Talking about that storage pavilion. June, and like the store there, the chairs or whatever.
He's done
Yeah, this one's closed. I don't know about open in there. They may have to get in here and use.
What kind of heat are you gonna
Yeah,
have?
what kind of heat you got?
I think the board's out here, so I can do central air.
And what's gonna feed it with?
Could be propane buried tanks. If that's the way we go, if I do heat pumps. If there's solar panels on this, then it's gonna make sense to me.
The town allow you the option of above ground versus buried?
Wouldn't have it any other way but buried.
Oh, with the connection.
Buried
That's
is,
for propane.
the only reason I ask is buried is, I've dealt with this. Buried, if there's a leak, propane hugs the ground, it's gonna try and find its way to an ignition source. And if there's a leak, and it's underground, you're never gonna smell it. If it's above ground, sure as hell gonna detect it.
You're gonna smell it, yeah. They don't look very nice.
Oh, I know, I'm just saying from a safety and I dealt with a problem involving that. At a large complex back in Massachusetts.
You're saying underground it.
Underground is dangerous.
So there's no specific warning thing you can put
No,
on it?
in other words, if you have an underground propane tank and it leaks, something happened. You're not gonna smell it. B, it's gonna look for a source, a pipe or something to get to an ignition source, because it stays low. Not like natural gas, it goes up. So it's gonna run.
So it's gonna run along the pipe. that's
It's gonna
going
go,
into the
yeah, it's
building.
gonna run along to try and find an ignition source, and if it does, good luck. Above ground, you're gonna smell it. You can protect them, you put bollards, you put whatever you want around them. But I've had a large apartment complex back in Massachusetts. They ended up digging every propane tank up in the complex because of that.
So they don't have a monitor or something that can,
Yeah, there isn't any technology to monitor it underground.
Yeah,
Like it comes out.
yeah.
So I mean, it's a thought, that's all.
Yeah. Love they call it.
It's just a thought.
The heat pump efficiency from what they've gone to lately. I'm seeing more and more of it all the time because, and then like you said, if you add the solar on top of it, all of a sudden you're trying to push it towards a net zero.
The big thing that I see is and this is fairly common, is you will have 10 days a year where your heat pump will run less than a 1-to-1 ratio. It's not efficient. It won't.
Yeah, but you get a couple hundred days a year where it's about 3.
Fully agree.
So I'm gonna say about, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying that is, if you have a super cold spell, they freeze up and then you're caught, but it's now they're so efficient, they're good to like typically -20 is what I was.
Yeah, the newer ones are -20, the old, yeah,
Where negative.
with 13 before.
Yeah,
The newer
negative 10 to
technology's gone to
negative.
-20. I put one of those -20 ones in there.
Did it? I was just talking with a friend who did it. he actually has a couple of just propane heaters, just. And he would really big.
I did mine with air to water and because of the water conversion with the buffer tank has a heater in it that offsets it.
Gotcha.
So that gives you the backup all built in.
Usually just a couple of things that I
It
know.
takes a couple little things, yeah.
Yeah, they can, we put you good day.
So did we address trash?
There's
I
a
love trash.
There's a dumpster down, across from unit 1.
Unit 1, so,
Parking lot area.
okay. And mail, that's mail coming through.
The folks comes, the folks out and see what they.
Yeah, I can tell you my presumption is the, postmaster is likely gonna force a kiosk in there.
Okay,
That's the way to go.
yeah, that's the best
Yeah,
way
they
to
don't
go.
want it out on the road there.
Nope.
They're gonna want.
Yeah, in fact, I've seen them request, because you've already got a pull off from the cistern.
Yes.
They just go right there. And of course, you hear the
Obviously,
take your mail.
obviously the chief wanted the cistern there,
Yes.
that are right near the building, which is gonna be buried.
Well, I think that allows for a couple of things. I mean, you can hook up a pumper truck.
Right.
And get as close as you want to get, but not have to be right next to it, but it also allows, some use along Route 9 for the other residents or everything else, yeah.
Like.
Or even the building across the street, which there's the cemetery.
Student here on back to that, just starting. From a recharge standpoint.
So,
We came from places that had hydrants.
Yeah, you know, those things,
I know you fancy people from.
you know,
down
those.
south.
With the waters.
so
You know, I'm going to go back to that dumpster comment.
Yep.
I think the residents, do like we all do. I go to the dump on Saturday morning. Dumpster, I think, would just be for the commercial use. And I think.
It's just a typical facility to have.
The commercial HOA would be in charge of that, right?
Yeah.
and you'd have to worry if it's a multi-use and you, like you said, there might be a tenant that uses the office also.
Right.
So how's he gonna
I was
separate
just
that?
thinking about odors on that thing.
Yeah, well, I
City
agree,
full of residential.
I agree, but it's something we have to deal with, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And I desperately looking, you have a picture of what the front looks like, right? Am I? Of your,
Property.
of the property, the house.
It's a residential part. That you
Right.
held up.
I know, believe me, I'm old and I've lost it.
It's this one, right?
That's
No,
right, so,
that's the, or is that the back?
all right,
That's
so
the back. The
let's
one
see
with the
the front.
garage door.
I'd like to see the front.
This,
So the front, is there any buffer, any green between that and the park where they're gonna park? So are you gonna pull up, like here I am driving, I'm coming right up here. Do you have any green or any kind of barrier that's going to buff that beautiful place? Because it is
So
beautiful.
What I've been kicking around doing is making limited common area in front of all of these units from their driveway straight back to that leach field. So people want to plant a garden, they want to, whatever they want to do that's within the scope of the HOA that they allow.
Okay,
Obviously, there won't be a dog pen there or anything like that. But I think giving people limited common area so they can use some, have some land of their own they can use where everything's not governed by, everybody can be here and everybody can be there kind of thing. And there's enough land here to divvy up so that somebody wants to do a grass area, they can. They want to do a lawn, they can, but they'll have to do something,
right,
right? In HOA, it'll have to be something. You
right,
can't just leave it.
right.
So from the pavement on the other side of it, and I was thinking of a straight line across the driveway and back towards the building area, and just pinning that out and having another plan drawn up that would be recorded, but it wouldn't be surveyed per se. You know what I mean? Because I can't subdivide it, so
Right.
it's just lines.
Okay. I love this. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
so lighting, did we talk about lighting?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the other piece that, Mr. Thibodeau wrote a waiver for. because, you know, you read in the site plan review regulations, the lighting regulations really lend themselves to a true commercial site. And, you know, this is largely residential. Yes, there are small commercial components to it on the back. But, you know, I don't think these folks, nor the abutters, are gonna want this place lit up like a Christmas tree. And I think what, you know, Mr. Thibodeau is suggesting is simply the safety lighting around the doors, which will illuminate the parking spaces in front of the commercial area. It will also illuminate the little driveways on the residential side, and probably that's about it, correct, Paul?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What do you need for code, right? In front of doors and that sort of thing. Typical. Enough lighting so you can see.
Not parking lot lighting, but like.
Exactly, correct, right.
Interesting.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't want to light up like Christian just said, I don't want to light up that whole area. in front,
You're
'cause it's
from the cemetery, you don't wanna, you
You
don't wanna look like
Wake the dead.
aliens have landed.
Well, that's it. We don't want to be all lit up when the zombie apocalypse.
Well, that's what's so good about the greenery you've left too. Even cars coming out are not gonna wash the fence of the cemetery.
That's true.
And so are you thinking your commercial work will not occur at night? Right, do you have any restrictions on that? Like, will there be business and will there be people coming in the evening in the dark?
I don't know. I can't foresee what kind of business would do that. It's such a small space.
Based on what.
Unless somebody was having a meeting or something. and it's-
Yeah, but probably not.
Probably not a
Well,
common-
let's say an
Yeah.
accountant decides to move there and he has his accountant business downstairs.
Right.
He'd have customers coming in at night about taxes and stuff, but the majority of the business would be during the daytime type thing.
Probably
It'd be
be
those
limited.
low impact type businesses that would rent something like this. A lawyer meeting a client, that type of office type use is typical what you would see for something like this. Did you put together a list of uses that you want?
I did, he did, yes. Is that on the application? Yes.
What page? Yeah.
Oh, it's in the project narrative.
Read your packet.
Pull my whole packet apart.
It's right behind the project. You did? You should sign.
You didn't go to the proper date yet.
It's the green.
Yeah. Attached.
This is probably my architectural plan.
Oh, it's test.
With my architectural.
Did you find it? Did you find what they wanted to use it for? Yeah.
Behind that.
There it is.
Oh,
All right, where is it?
Yep, show us.
first page.
Project application.
And
Well,
then next page
Second
after.
page.
The second. Oh,
It says page one and one on the bottom, but.
Oh, okay.
Oh, found it.
there it is.
Restaurant with no cooking or kitchen.
Yeah, I know. I was just looking at that. Would you bring your own sandwich?
It would be like a coffee shop where they get the donuts delivered in the morning.
Sorry.
Bagels.
Yeah, the coffee apparently,
Yeah.
too, right?
You didn't
I
have a
suppose it
line
is
for
from
that. You had a line for restaurant, but no, bring your own food, so I had to make it up.
So,
You're gonna pay for the ambiance. Go for it.
Bring your own.
Cat catching.
The garage.
Private garages.
Yeah, here we go. What's that?
Did I check that out?
Yeah.
I guess everybody has one.
Oh, yeah.
That's why-
Oh, yeah, but not the
That's-
commercial
No,
space,
it's-
right?
Okay.
Yeah. Health club?
That would be in the evening. That would be a lot more traffic.
That would be, yeah, health club would be a lot more traffic. Right?
Yeah, I mean, so
Health club would be a lot more traffic.
I don't see how you could do it
The
in
health club would
space.
be about half of the size, 480 feet.
But I mean,
Half the
we're
size
talking
of
about the
this one.
traffic,
Every
people coming in and out.
You
Very small health club.
Yeah.
Couldn't even get a shower in it.
Repair services.
All the means you
You
got
guys should
solar on
do.
your roof, it had nothing to do with that, we're not, you have commercial use.
Unless they're selling.
Unless you're selling it to sales office.
That on the list, is,
So you have health club on there. What's,
well, you didn't have an option for like a
Business.
yoga studio or something.
oh, okay, I get it. Okay, understand, understood.
Yeah.
You good?
Guys are giving me a limited choice.
Oh, well.
We don't have money for chairs. Be careful with the chairs, Andy. We dragged these from the old town hall, the old school.
I don't wipe them down.
TLC.
Look, I'm a little fluffy.
That makes me feel bad, because I'm like, this is really what they spent the money on these things?
We're gonna be here 100 years. We got plenty of time for thrones for you all.
Wait till you see his office, what he's got.
That's where the real money is.
So, or, what's, social organizations, what's that? What's your thought of it?
The beer drinking club.
Well, that's what I was thinking, like,
But no kitchen, they want somebody
No
food.
kitchen.
no
I'm
kitchen.
trying to
Bring your own beer.
Just a French. A knitting club, how's that? Social organization. I don't know. You didn't give me options to say,
Was there a place that he could write in? I mean, we should think of that.
Well, the thing is,
I don't think it has to be.
Oh.
Usually listed.
No, so I mean.
no, like, you gave me checkboxes right here.
Okay,
These are my options. I could do a Dunkin' Donuts. I could do a McDonald's. I could do a gas station. Oh, there's a lot of things I could do out there. But just a knitting club is all I want. Very low profile.
Like a yarn store, maybe. Knitting club.
It's supposed to be a commercial base on that lower section.
Yes.
A private garage is considered accessory use like it's part of the house. It's not.
Yeah.
You put it on because it.
The garage was above. Yeah, the last three items, John, were really, germane to the residential side.
Correct. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're gone.
So we just scratched them.
Like a place where you have. Propped off there. That's where the guy that stole my identity had.
So if you wanted to go off your list on your commercial uses.
Yeah.
If you did like business support services, businesses and professional offices. Those types of things, that would be like, the lawyer,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
yeah, so those would be all that.
Come under the accounting, she's all, we're done. The health club would come under studio and massage.
I'd like, yeah, so that would, yeah.
Yoga studio.
Yeah. Yeah, so then,
Yoga, there's gonna be.
and then even if you, so even if it's like a hairdresser or something like that, that could be a small thing, where she has a seat or two in there, come in. That would, that's that type of commercial, it's supposed to be a commercial use, so it's gotta be, one of the commercial use list,
The hair salon thing, there's like, that becomes a whole septic issue. There's a.
Well, that-
other-
Yeah, so, yeah, that could be a small, depending on what he could get for septic loading in that lower section, if you were gonna try to do commercial septic lower. I mean,
We're gonna talk about that until these units get to be so small. So now I think I'm just going to do,
Station.
yeah, grind it, send it up,
Pump it.
bump it up.
Yeah, so you'd
In
want,
its own
you'd
tank.
want commercial uses that didn't involve much water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. The hairdresser use that much water.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they do.
It's like a lot of air. What it is, it's
And
the chemicals that go into it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Maybe I should be a little color right here.
Yeah.
Well, they say spritzy, don't they?
Yeah, sorry.
With the Hodges today.
You got the comb and the blue side of it.
So that looks good. I like those usage, except some of them.
Except which one?
Except what we already discussed, the social club, but no, but you said maybe just a meeting place, right?
Yeah,
Like
I
AA
can't
or something.
imagine somebody. It's not gonna be the Elks.
The Lion.
VFW, right, yeah.
It's gotta be small.
VFW,
VFW.
it's not gonna be anything like that. Space is too small. for
Four
what they're gonna-
480 feet, you're gonna put a half bath in there too, then.
Yeah, they're all gonna have that.
Yeah, so floor space is gonna be.
It's limited.
So John, would they have to go through you when let's say he rents one or sells it, whatever it is, and that person that goes in bottom commercial, would he have to come through us again to alter any, I mean, because
The
this is
uses
vague,
that you approve now, he wouldn't have to come back.
but this is vague in
If
some
there
ways.
was, well, that's why I'm saying if he did one of the listed uses, so even if you go back into that table of uses and you put stuff like on the care services, you know, like that, you know.
He's got repair service.
Repair service here. What, it's on.
That's on this list.
Personal services.
Repair service. Personal service. Like that.
I was still thinking about meters, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Somebody repairing computers, maybe.
it used to be called those, but they don't have those anymore, they leave those shoes away and get some repaired.
So do we approve this? or-
Well, we don't have a conservation. Do we have a conservation
Comments?
report? on
Right,
this?
well, she's sitting there.
Conservation Commissioner.
They did not get to weigh in on this yet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, September 8th. they want us.
And they request a sidewalk with the planning. board.
Oh, yeah. The Conservation Commission is requesting a site walk for the planning. board.
That's what it says. Yeah, they wanted to.
Yeah, that's it.
Gonna meet on Thursday.
They received this application for the revised plan. That was dated October 25th.
Not October.
We
haven't had October.
August 25th, and they have their conservation commission meeting. So,
And the hearing is, or the Conservation Commission hearing is
Thursday.
Yeah.
It's on their agenda for Thursday,
Okay.
I believe.
Did they want to do a sidewalk on Thursday?
No,
It
they
would
want
be at a
to schedule
different
with
point.
the planning.
Okay.
If the planning board would like one, they would like to schedule one with the planning board, they would still like to do a sidewalk.
That's, yeah, as long as I've noticed she's going on a little, so.
It's a convention.
Sure.
It's a convention, Society of Civil Engineering, I get 2 full years of credits by going to these classes. Of course, I'm staying a couple days. So
Yeah. And we can
I
work
love
this out.
CUs.
that's good.
CEUs.
30 every 2 years.
So this would need to come back then for another meeting.
That feels that we can write conditional based on, you know, any conditions that come out of a site walk if we feel it's necessary. I'll be honest, I've seen
No.
that site, I don't think,
Yeah, you can't give a conditional approval and then continue the thing to go on. You've already given conditional approval. Because our sidewalk is technically a continuation of the meeting.
Yeah, well, but even to get their report, right, we don't have their report.
So we can't,
Yeah.
we can't do that tonight.
For the environmental concern would only be that 9.6. The first 9.6 on that first wetland crossing is actually exempt from the requirements of the 9.6 once he has a crossing in place. The crossing farther up where it goes next.
So
to
it would just be the
building going
buffer
around,
zone for
that
the
buffer zone there.
up by station 400 or something.
Yeah, so if you go to, I think it's 9.5, 3, talks about if you got a
So
wetland
that's-
crossing,
you
that
got
you're
the
exempt from stuff like.
This is the only- So you can-
So this would have to be continued.
we have those, so
That's 9.5.
It's up to the board.
I think it would be. I mean, in my opinion.
Well, I was on the board when we did that. What happened is every time someone got a wetland crossing, they had to come to us for a 9.6. You know, like, well, if the state's approving a wetland crossing, why are they coming for asking for a 9.6 to go into the buffer? To get to the wetlands, they go into the buffer to get out. So that was the intent, was to that there, but it's not to exempt buffers in the whole lot. It was just a crossing.
When I bought this lot, just as a side note, that zoning article that was passed in the last March didn't exist. That setback from this buffer because this lot predates. So that really threw a wrench. I suppose because I intended to use that slope. But it's so gradual to get up to the back. We talked about that. I think when you're out there on a sidewalk, you're just gonna see that there's really nothing there.
other items that the boards we're talking about.
Good.
Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you would like, the board would like to have CMA take to review the projects or not. On other projects we have because of like for larger subdivisions, commercial properties, and that sort of thing. Of course, it's up to the board discretion, but
I'm not averse to
There
having.
is a load of drainage stuff here.
yeah, and I'm.
We don't
Yeah.
trust you guys.
Yeah, but we have a town engineer for that reason.
Yep.
For projects like that as well.
I hired the chief engineer for that reason.
I understand.
I support the idea of having CMA review. Make sure we're not missing something. Well, that's was where I was going to.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. What I'm looking for this time is more comfortable accepting the applications.
So without the conservation report, does that make it incomplete or complete?
No, the application is the
Just
application
their
process.
application,
The
okay.
Conservation Commission feedback is secondary to the application. We can't make a ruling decision on anything until we've accepted the application.
Yeah.
complete.
I accept it completely. Yeah,
Make that motion.
yes.
So I have a motion, Bristol, seconded by Tessier for the application is being complete. Roll call vote.
Andy, am I?
Suchi, aye.
Capello, I.
Driscoll, aye.
Tessier, aye. Now, aye.
Want to adjust the waivers tonight so they know how they're gonna move forward.
That was the next piece, is to get into the plethora of waivers we have in front of us. I also want to make sure we allot on it as well. As we items. The first item that we have for a waiver is for landscaping from
So a request for a waiver from landscaping and screening, section 3.5. And site plan review regulations. They're requesting a blanket waiver for landscaping. 300 feet as well as 50 feet. Up and 90 feet in depth will remain completely natural. The standard shade tree. Restriction with land. 242, thank you for correcting that.
Also, even though the applicant asked for a blanket waiver, there's several different aspects to it. And right up to which that's it is, I don't want to do and three in your packets are related to landscaping. We'd like to know. Language.
Sure. I would love to know.
The requirement for landscaping and screening, Article 3, Section 3.5, 10 of the site plan regulations. Not granting the waiver would pose an unnecessary hardship to the applicant. If granted, the waiver will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. That's each one. Each one separate.
So the only thing I'm concerned on with the blanket waiver is screening and buffering on the setbacks on the sides of the units. I know that was something you had talked about, tree making and some vegetative control and along that.
So so if you when you pull in the driveway, if you look west, other than the driveway, there's nothing coming down that's standing there. And everything that I plan on taking down is out, and it was basically pine trees again. So all of that side is staying natural. The right side is the same thing. There's a stone wall there. Actually, that was all pine trees, so we took those out. On the other side of the stone wall is the K property. It's about 80 feet wide, I think, and that's wooded. I think they're doing it anyway. It is 80 feet wide. Obviously, I have no control over that, but so the total left, total right, front, and the entire front are going to remain as you see them now. Unless I have to widen the driveway, you know, for fire trucks, whatever, but that's it. I think there's a oak tree that has to come out of it. Other than that, we don't leave a lot.
The question that I had about it is when you look at placement of units 5 and 6, 6 specifically is going to sit up a little higher. So does that, if I'm looking at screening, does that move down into the neighbor's property, or is that reach some level of protection? Is there a level of protection there?
There's a lot of protection. There's a lot of distance from that unit 5 you're talking about, right?
And unit 6,
And
or
unit 6.
it's up on the hill and
Yeah.
it's up straight down and.
So that whole area, we're talking about this, right?
But looking kind of more over toward
Towards their house.
Yes, yeah, towards 678.
So
Yeah, if you
all of
look at
that-
the existing conditions, if you're getting the glare that blinds you over there. So those, I'll use the cursor, those units, you know, 5, so there's the buffer, 5 is gonna be approximately here and 6 is gonna be approximately. So there is a fairly large.
He's talking about this way, yeah, what's there, and this is all. Exactly.
Is it all, I don't know what it looks like looking down into the adjoining lot, just trying to be mindful of.
This time of year, you cannot hardly see that house over there.
So what about winter time?
Pardon me?
What about winter time?
Well, I took all pine trees out of there, so.
Right, everything left is deciduous trees, which means
Right.
once the leaves come off it.
Right,
You're gonna see.
There are pine trees on the neighbor's lot that I have no control over. That remain standing, obviously. And I don't know, I believe she's here, you can ask her that question.
Could hold that waiver until after the sidewalk, if you're gonna go on a sidewalk, and then you can take a look at it.
Really struggling with the sidewalk on this one. But I want to make sure I respect the Conservation Commission's request.
Yeah, 'cause you can, like you said, you can almost see the site driving by without walking on it.
Yeah. I mean, I get their desire to look at it from a drainage standpoint, and firmly believe that's what we're using CMA for. That's the real. That's not my call, it's a board's call. So waiver one, I don't know how anybody feels about it. I've answered, I've got my, I guess my question answered. When we have public comment, obviously.
But if we pass this waiver, then it over,
You want to get the
Rights.
public comment before we
Yeah.
proceed with the project?
are we allowed to do that?
So. You hear that neighboring band?
I am.
Do you have any comment or concern on
Would you come up to the podium just with
the placement of the unit looking down into the back of your property?
Is that the only thing I get to say at the moment?
It's got.
So you have to introduce yourself. and your
Sue Morrison, 687 Franklin Pierce. Do I have an issue with the house in question, the building? I do, because it is right there in the clear view, from our backyard. As mentioned, at present moment, the leaves are on the trees, so it isn't quite as visible, but as soon as they're gone, it just opens it right up.
Then was there something you had a reference to? Is that the only thing I could speak of?
Well, the number of units, homes, 6 seems to be a lot for a 3-acre piece of parcel, don't you think?
That is deemed by the zoning of that area. And as long as he can meet the loading requirements that are permitted for it, then it is allowed in the lot. You were here at the beginning, I had expressed some objection to a site that requested a continuance, and they're having trouble, by the sounds of it, getting their septic design passed. The way to address that is within our town zone.
The original plan had 2 buildings.
Right.
Commercial building,
I saw that.
residential, which would. I think this is better. It's not a monolith. It's not a large thing that really fits with the area. So I view
I'm
this.
sorry,
as
say that again?
I view this as an improvement over
Or
what.
no, what was the statement said before that?
That there were 2 large buildings.
No,
Oh,
A monolith?
a monolith? Yeah, it was a large
No.
structure.
but you said, I don't know, I thought you
Sorry.
said something else. It
It's
didn't
too late.
fit.
I can't remember.
No, I thought you had made a comment, it didn't, so doesn't fit the area.
Oh, those buildings did not fit the area. Right? I did
The original
The
plan.
original plans. And
Don't mind
he
me,
went,
but it's cold in here, so now I'm shivering.
they went back and came up with this plan, which looks more, just having the house look, it looks better.
Oh, I don't disagree with that,
Yeah.
it's just the number of them.
Yeah,
Units.
well, I guess it's economics, so.
2, bedrooms per building, and what effect is it gonna have? Can I keep going?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, sure. Well, what effect is it gonna have on my water system? Having so many families right there. A big concern of ours.
Yes. Do you have any other items that you?
I have some general questions about what's gonna go on in the buildings, but sure how far. I mean, could you guys all have met before, so I was prior to tonight, so I don't know like what's going in them. Are they rental properties? Are they gonna be for sale?
the houses? I can't
That's a
remember.
question for me.
Yeah, I can't remember. Are they condos? Are they,
What I had stated was that, when it comes to financing buildings like this, condominiums, FHA and VA, we allow up to 50% ownership by the developer, otherwise they can't be financed, FHA. and VA. So I told you, in fact, that if I did own any, it would be two. And I would probably own one, but I mean, it's either here or there, but.
but you plan to sell
I
them
plan
as
to
opposed to
sell.
rent them?
The price of taxes, you guys, it's hard to make money as a landlord in New Hampshire. That's a fact. So, yeah, I plan to sell them.
Okay, so they're not gonna be rental properties.
I'm not gonna commit to that.
Somebody could buy
Right,
one to
whoever
rent
buys
it.
it could
Yeah.
rent it out.
That's exactly a
And
good
that's
point.
the next question.
But-
you know.
But the commercial spaces will be rental.
Pardon me?
And the commercial spaces, rental.
The commercial piece of it. That, pieces I really think are gonna stay tied to the building on who's upstairs. If that doesn't happen and somebody wants to rent a space, then I would rent it. If someone wants to buy a space, I would sell it. My intention is not to keep these as investment properties. But again, I don't want that statement. I know you're writing this down, so I don't
Well,
want
that's
that.
because they're gonna forget. and-
We think it's more marketable if the person was buying the whole structure rather than
Yes.
wondering what's gonna happen below.
Absolutely.
And then they could rent the commercial space out and live upstairs.
They could
They
they can control who's underneath.
Right.
Yeah, right. There you go. So it's pretty unique, right? This whole idea here is unique where we're not running across this and having just being able to say, this is what happens, that's what's gonna happen. Look, I really got, so it's a very low impact commercial development. And the reason it's there is because the town regulations require that there's a commercial component to that property.
Right.
Otherwise, I couldn't build that, I couldn't do residential there, so. Kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
So each building, condo, home, however you want to term it, the commercial space underneath can, just to, help clarify for me, can be somebody totally independent of the owner of the building.
Yes.
They're actually designed to be that way.
Yeah, currently, there's no
Yeah.
way to get from one to the other. That's why we're talking about, like the fire door, the firewall. So they can get through the basement into the commercial.
And I guess, I mean, does the driveway that goes around, as it curves, which is where it's closest to our property, does it have to be that close?
Yeah, I don't know how else you'd throw it up there.
That's the way the topography works.
Yeah, and as Paul mentioned, Mr. Chairman, well, he's looking at that area where that slope softens. So you're not headed directly in the steepest section of.
Ideally, it would go where unit one was for base purposes, it wouldn't impact the wetlands buffer.
Correct.
Like you said,
The slope of
the slope is,
different.
and I heard you.
So, I guess one of the things that we could talk about is screening along that bend. That way, as cars come down and pull down, it's not shining a light.
In the buffer.
Well, not only in the buffer, but straight over toward,
Oh, further up.
I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names.
Sue,
Over towards Sue's
Oh, okay.
house. So when you have 6 residents coming and going, you're not
When you're coming down the hill.
shining light.
Headlights in the
Yeah.
back, yeah.
Yeah.
plus
You
business.
can't do anything in wetlands, right?
No, but you could put a fence on the edge of what that.
Occupants.
The end of the road, you
I
could
mean, it's
put a
more than
fence
just
to
family.
keep the headlights.
Right.
Grow
Nothing
apart,
else.
on varieties and grow tall.
Right. Right.
So when they come down the hill, they're not just shining.
Right, just send it straight through.
That makes sense. Put a hog fence on 240.
You have to put some
That won't work.
little
That won't
plastic,
work.
put little plastic strips in there to block the light.
can already see the salon after the clearing of
You can see what,
the salon lights after your clearing.
oh, so it's safe for getting out of your drive.
No, the back of the yard.
In the back of the yard?
Yes,
That would be so.
yes,
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
I guess I'll see them too. Well, actually, my buildings will block them.
yeah, but you won't be living there, so
My buildings will block them, so you won't be able to see them.
maybe, maybe not. But you won't be living there, so,
Well, he said he might keep one unit. so-
yeah,
That'll just address.
to rent.
Yep. When you're ready.
Do you have any other items that haven't talked about or addressed here?
No, I just want to reiterate my water supply system.
And that all has to be permitted through the state, so that's a state permit for, from a well standpoint, so.
Yeah.
And all the radii and everything around that all have to meet all of that.
Actually, Steve and I talked about this on site. So she has a dug well. So her concern is the drilled artesian is going to affect her water table. And I'm not an engineer, but I have one, so you can address that when it's time.
12 bedrooms.
Yeah, I mean, in actuality, that is going to draw from a completely different water source than a dug well. The dug well does,
Is surface water.
that's right, and typically your artesian wells, you're going through bedrock
Right.
to find an aquiflume. That means it's not connected to the surface water.
Yep.
So I would think that that is a hugely remote possibility. Another thing I wanted to bring up is that these leach fields, I mean, aside from the one that is leach field for both 1 and 2, those other 4 leach fields are gonna be 300 gallons a day. Designed based on the state loading for 2 bedrooms. Extremely small in, again, class A or through phase soils, according to NHDES. They are gonna be highly efficient, they are gonna be very small, they are gonna flow and infiltrate very fast. The last point I'll make is specific to the vehicle traffic. When you're coming from, say, let's say I'll use the cursor, when you're starting at the 6 visitor spaces, overflow spaces, whatever you'd like to refer to them as, for the residential. You come around that corner, when the vehicle's headlights are gonna be pointed at the abutting house, the road's at elevation 224, and it appears that 212 kind of rings the house, they're probably gonna be over the roof. Then you go down to 222, and once you're at 222, 220, the headlights are projecting directly at Route 9, and then eventually away at the lower elevations. Just wanted to bring that up, just an elevation situation. I don't think they're gonna end up in the windows of.
I don't think you're gonna be over the house, because if you look at the way headlights are designed now, I mean, they pretty much pierce your soul.
Yeah, you get those blue ones, whatever those are called, halogen.
And,
Yeah, those are-
HIDs.
yeah, I mean, and if you're running you have your fog lights on, I know my car, if I push the button and turn my fog lights on, it can light up half the world. Those things down. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And those are aiming toward the ground wind, so if you're coming around there, that would be my big concern, is that you're shooting a lot of light over.
Yeah, and I think,
someone's
during
house and creating-
during the sidewalk, we ought to have David stake or before the sidewalk, stake the center line of the road. So that we can tell where we are and figure that out, because it's really gonna be about 25 feet of the curb where those lights are gonna sweep that house.
That's not so unusual anyway, where your neighbor's lights don't sweep your house. I mean,
Well, I mean, candidly, coming in the back of your house, I don't think anybody builds a house and expects suddenly to have 6 homes worth of headlights shining in the back door or the back of the property.
Well, most of the activity will be the commercial if they're active, that will be way down out of the way, so.
I actually think it's the residential.
Yeah, the residential.
More impact.
6, yeah, I know it will be, but the number of people, 6 units, maybe you got.
2 cars per household, or if you have a child, it's 3. I mean, once they're old.
Only a 2-bedroom house.
Yeah, these are small units, these aren't regular houses, these are
on that one bed.
20 feet wide.
Right, right.
Yeah, they're apartment sizes, really, they're not houses, they're not where the family's gonna have 3 cars.
I mean, if you look at the value of property in Barrington, they're, yeah, I mean, they're a premium piece of property. You're not selling them for pennies on the dollar. It's not low budget.
I'm not saying anything about the price, I'm just talking the size of the units are really designed for 2 people, maybe 3 with a young child. It's not gonna be the adults with the teenage kids.
Yeah, I was thinking of a teenage kid with a girlfriend.
Yeah, so, but those units aren't big enough for that. This is one of our entry level people when they first come on their own, or retirement, people, and stuff like that. If you look at the size of these, that's
The
not,
bedrooms are small.
right, these aren't designed to be a family home, you know, that's.
I guess that was another question too, that you mentioned age. So is it like a 55 and over type thing?
We did a whole demographic thing on that in the town of Barrington.
Yeah.
If you take the average thing of demographics in Barrington, and HUD says you can only mandate 60%, even if they did 55 and over housing, every house in Barrington would qualify.
No, I just wasn't sure if that's what Paul's intent was.
No, it's not gonna be an element or an age restricted house.
Usually
Multi-level anyway.
multi-level, yeah.
Try to keep that all the one level living in that.
So I'm seeing 55 and older units that were two levels, but whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any other items you wanted to address in response to something that I asked you to hold off a second while we got through all?
I think I covered them, the water, the septic, and the elevation. To actually be pointing at the house.
While I have public comment open, is there anyone else that would like to speak or any other concerns? There's nobody else online, right? Okay, so then I'll close public comment at that point as we finish addressing waivers.
You want to address this one?
The,
It's done, or we can go through them all and then.
Well, I mean, I believe this one really is gonna tie to that sidewalk. If we're having a sidewalk, and they're gonna stake out the drive. I think we should look at it, make the effort to look at it. At least that would be my
So
preference.
we're not gonna vote on anything.
I wouldn't address a landscaping waiver here.
Like if it,
That's 1, 2, and 3, the waivers are relation to landscape.
Yeah, and the last 2, Mr. Chairman, are specific to the parking here.
Right. The requirement for landscaping. I'd be honest, I don't know where you would put shade trees.
Exactly.
Not a big commercial parking lot,
No.
and the regulations are written like that, so.
Yeah.
Right, so, I'll make a motion to waiver number 2. Okay, I was. Go ahead. No. I will hand it back over. Big fat mouth.
So the requirement for landscaping parking lots in R4 section 4.97, please 5, perimeter shade trees, site plan review regulations. Not granting the waiver would pose an unnecessary hardship to the applicant. Granting the waiver would not be contrary to the spirit and
Waiver. Seconded. Do we have a second for?
I'll second.
Seconded.
Do you even know what you seconded?
Bristol. Roll call vote.
Andy, am I?
Suchi, aye.
Capiello.
Just fine. That's good, right?
Yeah, bye. Next waiver around landscape. Is for 4.97 parents for internal shade trees in the site plan review regulations. It's the same as the last one.
Requirement for landscaping of parking lots are 4, section 4.97. Internal shade tree site plan review regulations.
not granting the waiver would be imposed unnecessary hardships for applicant. Granting the waiver would not be contrary to the spirit and intention of the regulations.
Motion to give a 4.97 parent score is as they did not vote. Doing it, post not necessary hardship. In the motion. I already motioned it. Second by Johnson. Roll call vote.
I know.
Andy, am I?
Suchi, aye.
Capiella, aye.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, that's it, I got it.
That's your right.
Snap eye.
And the last one, Mr. Chairman, would be for the lighting.
Guys are lucky, run out.
Where's the one?
So the 3.8 for illumination plan, generally, I'm in agreement with this. I don't think it needs to be, you're not trying to light it up like the paper, but I don't know how everybody else feels about it.
Yeah, right, so we're actually trying to decrease the lighting on this property.
I would motion to leaving section, article 3, section 3.8, requirement for an illumination plan. It's not getting an illumination plan. Where by not granting the waiver would pose an unnecessary hardship to the applicant. Granting the waiver would not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulations.
I'll second that.
Although.
Andy, am I?
Suchi, aye.
Capiella.
Says your right.
And fine. Wetlands crossed.
That one is not needed, because that's for the zoning. The zoning allows for that, but the 9.6,
9.6 application.
the application, you may want to wait and stop to the sidewalk.
Yep.
Before this is brought into record, or that's suggestion, but it's up to you.
I would follow staff's advisement on this to wait until after the site. I don't think we need to know because we're not voting on it. We're just saying we're gonna wait.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Keep all those documents.
Yep. So.
You're not doing this.
Maybe I can come back next week. Okay. So I think the next point is, concerns. I think we've addressed those. Obviously, the water supply, we discussed the fact of a dug well versus an artesian well. And that they're historically two different water. I can absolutely understand anyone's concern about that. Much nice. I appreciate that. We talked about the number of homes in the files and a lot of effect on the wetland. We're having an engineer, site engineer review, or engineer do the review on that illumination. We minimize the impact of illumination, so that should be there. We'll also talk about the impact of illumination from vehicular traffic when we do our site walk. Rest everything there. Scheduling the site, yes. Next on the list. Availability. You are allowed to attend the site walk and. Yes, you may. That's something that is part of the public meeting.
So somebody will tell me when that is.
Yes, we'll pick a date right now, so you will know exactly.
And then I'll send you the details of the kind of like. The more. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, availability for site walking.
Tonight?
I'll meet you over there.
Yeah, I did one today earlier.
That,
Between 1 to 12.
yes.
13th is election day.
actually I'm not available Wednesday. If someone else that can make it, that's fine. I just need someone to take notes.
Well, I believe starting next week. Donna and John.
Yeah, or,
Ross, did you say you were out?
No, unfortunately.
You know,
I'm here.
Unfortunately, or-
Um,
19th, we have our,
and the 19th, we have our
meeting.
master plan
Master
subcommittee meeting. It's the 19th.
lucky you.
We could do it after that at 5:30.
It's outside.
But I don't know, do you guys have? No, that's not select board.
Select board's the 12th.
That's it for this.
It should be the 12th, and I believe the 26th, right?
Yeah, I don't have one in my calendar.
I was told there.
Only one this month?
Yes.
Question?
Select
Select board
board.
meeting? Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Listen,
man.
we're going laissez.
No wonder our agenda is so long.
I know what talking about.
Yeah, but then budget starts and they get to meet every week.
No, we're doing that later too.
Oh, really?
And hey, the consent agenda on Monday, I've got A through O right now.
Oh.
And I'm still going. We are just gonna fly through this stuff. Optimization, Andy.
They set it up while you were there, they just implemented it now.
All
Yeah.
rubber stamp.
Because it's like 10:16 now.
How about the 27th?
So, when are folks
In the
back from
afternoon.
Hawaii, Florida?
He's gone forever.
So I will be available, you know. If you want
I
to
mean,
do
I don't
it,
have
then
to necessarily be
5:30,
there.
but-
Yeah, I can be back on the 19th.
We don't have to plan around Hawaii, I'll represent. I'll
Can you
represent
guys
Christian.
not talk?
No, I'm going to Hawaii. Where are you going? Honolulu?
She said she's back by the 19th.
That's a good day.
At
The
the,
19th, we have our
Hilton?
subcommittee meeting, so that's,
Waikiki.
we're,
Yeah.
scheduled until
No.
5.
Yeah. I'd be happy to
That's
just
where the boundaries.
roll in.
Oh, who's?
No,
In the Rainbow Tower.
I was asking Peter September 26th.
Yeah.
19th is our subcommittee staff.
Saturday, I heard select board, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm going to go that
What about the 21st?
I can do the 21st.
I will.
Wait, the 21st, we have zoning, we're meeting at 7.
Well, if you guys are not there till 7,
I do.
27th?
Work too. 21st.
you're gonna be here anyway.
I know, I was like,
What time?
Do one.
Right, that's 4:30.
4:30.
Yeah, 4.
21st.
On the 21st?
21st?
Does that work for you?
I'll make it.
Good night.
Doesn't work for me.
So where will they meet?
I don't either.
I say we
Yeah,
meet at the
it's
site.
5.
So I'll arrange that. with
Park,
the same
park
with the other one.
across the street.
Yeah, you can park around the
Cemetery.
Dinner, thought it was gonna bust.
We're gonna,
You can't park.
we're gonna park across the street at the cemetery and walk across.
So,
Why would that not be allowed?
Walk is not here.
You got the historic.
Yeah,
society.
I got the Society.
Great big parking street.
okay.
All right,
Okay.
so we have 8.
All right.
Right.
I just saw something on there.
Yeah, it's historic building. That way they'll.
Okay, that's tomorrow. We'll say historical building.
So what's the date and time?
21st.
21st at 4:30.
Okay.
Get 5 8.
Is that
D1.
Great. And I think that wraps up everything for tonight. You know.
No.
You're right. Everything for this application, I apologize.
Thank you.
You want to
That's
continue
your-
it? With the next meeting?
What I would, yeah, I was gonna say, what I'd like to do is we have it's really 2 continues. And it's continuance to the sidewalk on the 21st. And a continuance
October 4th meeting. That will give time for CMA to do their.
Yeah, I can send that directly to them.
I'll let them know that I'll let it.
And please make sure you copy
Josh.
Vanessa
Sure.
on any communications or
Yep.
Vanessa and Bob.
That's can we be first on the agenda on October 4th?
There's one application that's ahead of you.
Okay.
So that's something we should probably talk about too at some point, is if there's a, where, like, if somebody's waited all the way to the end, like, you kind of start because you're a rollover from the next one. And you've been sitting here for 5 hours.
I know, I asked him a little while ago, I said, so how much have I paid you? So
And he said not enough.
he said, I'll let it know. No, he said, I'll let it up if you want.
To which I retorted, you haven't paid me anything.
We don't get.
Just a quick question, Vanessa, on what I am sending to CMA. I'm assuming they don't need to opine on the waivers. So it'll just be the application.
Definitely, they may ask you to see what the waivers are, because they'll probably comment, otherwise they'll comment and say that you're not showing that, because they're gonna look at the
Oh, I see what
regulations.
you're saying. Okay,
and the
so,
drainage.
so then the narrative, the application, waivers,
They
drainage.
basically
plan
just
set.
want to see the plan set and the drainage.
The drainage.
And your
analysis.
Okay. And I'll just send them the application narrative so that they have.
Sure.
Assuming the septic's part of that.
Your septic get approved after.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Those are state. Anyway.
I think Barrington, you don't do pre-approval.
You said you ought to do that.
I think you used to.
Okay, I think so.
I think that one that did. Yes, just to.
Yeah, like it's funny. Oh, I've been building in Barrington when I was doing that.
So was I.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, somebody asked you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Night.
We're out.
See ya.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I do.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep you going.
Yeah. how do you-
Big chance.
Great, next.
Thanks,
item.
guys.
Take care.
Yeah.
Next item is preliminary conceptual review. 280-2-TC-22, it's a pre-review for Alchemy Property, LLC, Robert Alchemy, discussion with the board for adding storage containers to their site. Thank you for your patience this evening.
Anybody didn't give you a shot?
I have a choice.
Yeah.
We have a choice. We all have choices. Okay.
Let's pick some more choices.
Yeah, I'm just cleaning myself up because I have too much work.
Keep all the information for that case.
Yeah.
That was.
I got too much food. Okay. We're here, sir. Floor, it's yours. To talk about your.
Oh, yeah, because you complained, so guess we can put it right back at you.
Yeah, that was the one who wrote them up.
Yeah. And so you called, and here I am.
So shipping containers on property. Good. So.
Well, I can either keep down, I can fill it up with banged up 10x20 containers, which are exempt. But if you want me to fill it up like a real, yeah, we can do that.
The applicant came out to our office to kind of discuss, adoption moving forward before,
And we need storage, so we gotta do what we gotta do.
what they need to do before submitting a formal application. That is discussion forward.
But was this for warehousing your product for your retail stores or to warehouse? There.
It's inventory.
Yeah, I know.
So again, whoever you want to call it.
Well, so how does warehouse fit in this district?
It's right in the village district, so it's
No, it's town
their
center.
town center.
Yeah, like it's, call it, it's got a dash next to it.
Look at it as a warehouse.
And then, we've got a contractor storage equipment. You've got what, two little Bobcats on the front. I drove by today and
What's the property and its property?
stuff in the back. I didn't figure out what that was.
Just, we bought a parking lot, we're parking,
No, there's some metal, long metal things laying on the
got
ground
buckets.
related to elf made
It's the one right near.
operation.
We do the maintenance in that area for Caleb.
This is the one right next to
Okay.
Ayla's store.
So John, what controls the containers? Like, you're saying 10 by 20,
Yeah,
is
when
it
you-
200 square foot?
So, yeah, but, so there's a couple things going on about how zoning is written. So if you read the definition of structures in zoning, it says anything placed or erected. Then you read another thing on structures, and it talks about that they don't need a building permit and they don't have to comply with setbacks if it's 200 square feet or under. So the determination comes down is you don't need a building permit, you don't have to meet setbacks, but you're still putting structure on the lot. Does the site review require those structures if they're all under the 200 square feet or not? Because you don't need a building permit, you don't have to comply with setbacks, but technically there's still structures. So that's almost like a gray area if you're trying to say,
So what's making it a structure? I guess that's what I would ask.
I'll see, that's where by the if you go to your zoning, now if you got it, so if you go to the definition of structures, it says anything that's placed or erected. So anything that's placed or erected is considered a structure. So that, then you don't need a building permit, or you don't have to meet setbacks if it's under 200 square feet, but it doesn't exempt it from being a structure.
So each one is looked at as an individual. If you gang 5 of them together, they're 5 separate units, all, if they're 8 by 20.
But the
containers.
whole thing about if it's under 200 square feet, it doesn't say only 1 or only 2 or only 3. You can put as many as you want because there's nothing that says you can only have 1 shed under 200 square feet. I've got people that have 2 or 3 sheds under 200 square feet. They don't have to meet setbacks and they don't need building permits because it doesn't say only 1. So, and I gotta apply what zone says, so how many they want? How many can you fit on your lot? I
The
guess.
difference is, we got brand new 10 by 40 containers.
Right.
Oh, you got
Or if we don't get permission for that, then we can fill it up with banged up 10 by 20s, all different colors, that I'm sure will even look better.
Right.
Right now, they're just one.
So you
one
want
color.
5 40 footers.
That's what we'd like, yeah.
Does that mean you're gonna get rid of the trailer?
Everybody.
That's my bargain piece. I put that there for a friend of mine. Make it look good.
I have a bazooka.
No, it'd be a pain, but I'm willing to get rid of that and just replace it with another blue container.
So you want, it means 6.
No, there's 4. blue
You've got
containers
3,
there.
right? You've got 3 small ones now.
We've got 4 blue containers in the trailer.
Yeah.
I got one on the back. I tried to make it blend in.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
do we-
3 the 3 facing the street, I thought they were only 20 feet. Those are 40s too.
So those would have to meet setbacks because of our regulation.
Right.
So.
So there'd be 50
Because
feet.
of how that lot is set up, to put them there, I'm not sure they can do that and meet the setback.
Well, 50 feet off the edge of the right of way of 125.
That's plenty 50 feet.
Yeah, but how much you got for the sides and the rear and the whole bit?
It's only 15 feet, right? Side to rear.
Yeah, for the commercial in that town center.
And what about that building that's?
That building's legally existing non-conforming structure. And if you add a structure to, I actually had someone that put an addition on the back of the house. And they had to go to the ZBA, get exemption from their front setback because the house was so close up to the road.
Right.
Because you're still in that setback even if the other things. But the legally existing non-conforming structure could stay. because was there rezoning, sort of.
We're looking at 5, possibly 6, 8 by
So I think we can get away with 5.
5.
Right now, we have. a ton of
50
space
feet
left
off
to
the
take up a lot
road.
of room.
Is there
It's
any
not
chance-
private roads that are the
Any
problem.
chance you could fence on the front?
I can fence it in.
Just, 8 or get a ZBA for a 10-foot fence? Just to screen it from the road, so, you don't
Yeah,
have to
that
look.
was my question too. Is
We
it
were gonna
any
put a
way
fence
they
on
can-
anyway, because people keep walking through the equipment and.
Oh, so you fence like, the
Come
face of
across the
those.
front and
and
then
the
goes
side.
down, still leave room for the parking for the
That
customers.
sounds great to me, if you're gonna do it.
I know it's such a visible part of Barrington.
Yeah.
And then to have those.
We had to go
yeah.
somewhere.
Where
We
was
got kicked out of our last spot.
Okay.
That's what I was doing.
Welcome to Barrington.
It was on the
Where
town's right.
where we did the driveway, the parking. Thanks for that too, it's, customers love it.
Now, if you're looking at that as warehousing,
Well, I
Warehouse
was,
is not
because he
allowed-
said
not
that the
allowed.
warehouse,
I know, but if you do it as warehousing, the town center warehouses aren't allowed.
I know that.
And let's see what, there's a definition on warehouse.
Switch back to containers.
I'm just trying to address the issue that came up, but.
Somebody said it looked like, you're warehousing, so I'm just repeating. I had notes from neighbors and people,
Inventory, yeah.
they're not,
I know what the trailers are, actually.
since,
I know that, that's why.
So we don't have a definition for a warehouse, and to me, a warehouse is the building that stores,
goods,
goods, right? So,
retail goods. I know, it's one of those things.
but if you, so that's saying any other business in town that has their product, does that mean they have to go to the zoning board because they warehousing their product and it's
I'm
not
just-
on site?
right, just-
If you call it a warehouse, that's,
But the white, and whatever the name of that building next to them, they have containers in the back.
well, that's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
don't see them as warehouses. That was the point I was
Right.
trying to make.
Yeah, they know,
So
they
if you
have 2
call
of
it-
them in the back.
Right, so
right?
if you call it warehousing, that means everybody there would have to go to the ZBA. That was the point I was trying to
Right.
make.
But I think that is, they're kind of in the back of the other.
But they're still there.
It's,
They're
oh
still
yeah,
there.
I
I mean,
realize.
if they're close.
I'm just looking, if he's agreeable to do the 50-foot setback,
Mhm.
5 40-footers, fencing on the front, fencing on the side, and even covers his construction equipment.
But I'm
Yeah.
wondering how security would be. I mean,
Well,
especially in the evening at nighttime.
Well, got pretty good locks on those containers. Yeah.
I'm gonna end up putting cameras in there anyway.
Yeah.
I can see most of the cameras from Kale's.
Yeah.
It's always been a problem with you. You can't imagine the things we've seen going
Really?
on over
Yeah.
there. Oh, yeah.
A lot of homeless
Yeah.
people there, so.
Really?
Oh, really? You name it.
John, I had a question on the setback for parking. Because right now the parking is on the,
Parking is exempt from setbacks.
Right.
Driveways and
You could have-
parking stuff can be right up to the
you've
property.
got quite a few number of cars in there, right?
That back there,
Yeah.
yeah, during the day.
Yeah.
We don't allow them at night.
Yeah, right, that makes sense. Would that mean you'd want to secure a gate on that too? Just so nobody can go-
We were get one right across, but then we have to open it up for the customers to park there during the day. Plus Dave from Edward Jones, he needs a place to park.
What about, if you push the configuration so it almost made like a U? And then you only had the gate across the front of it and you could park your equipment in it, which would protect your equipment?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
So you're still talking about fencing around the unit, so it wouldn't be
Yeah.
seen.
You wouldn't, well, what you would do is the way you configure the containers is in a U configuration, then you just fence across the
I
front.
wonder if there's
That way
enough
it's-
land there, the way the thing is sloped though.
Yeah, because your gate would open into the parking lot, toward the parking lot side, so that then he has access to his equipment, it protects his equipment. It still allows access to all his containers coming out that way.
So, and they could do a fence without going to the zoning board, because it would give it so that it's not this blatant, you're not gonna cover the box trailers, but it could be a low enough fence that it gives a buffering so that it doesn't.
Cover the box.
I would have set the containers in a different, had the back all leveled out before, but I didn't, so that's why I had to set them like that.
Or you wanted to move them further back.
Well, I could have turned them, and then, like you said, put the fence and you wouldn't notice it.
Yeah. Well, the first iteration you had was lining them up, fence on the front, fence down the side and parking over here.
Yeah.
Which sounded.
Yeah, we don't want to have
Yeah.
to move them if we don't, if we put a 50-foot fence.
You have to hire a crane.
Right.
Whatever it takes. Whatever we gotta do to make the town better.
So you got 1 40-footer already.
No, there's just four.
Yeah, but you're
And
gonna,
there's a 48-foot trailer.
right,
So if we get rid of the trailer, we have to put another 40-footer in that spot,
right.
then we can mess with it.
Then we give it the 5 number, right.
And that's shorter too. I think that's only like 10 feet high, maybe, not even like 9.7.
Like Andy's suggestion, I like that.
Yeah.
We would have liked to put a little building there, you know, I don't.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Well, that, we just don't have the money right
Oh, okay, maybe in the future.
now. Oh, yeah, I'm not really, you know, because I have to change, so
This
it's.
is the focal point.
I'd rather just drive into a, you know, a door that opens automatically, drive with my forklift.
This is the focal point of the town.
Why
Yeah,
not?
yeah.
We get that.
You got all these tourists coming in and say, oh, Caleb's nice, but what's going on across the street? It looks like South Boston where they take the container.
Well, that's what I said.
Yeah, extend that one.
Put a big elf on the side.
I don't understand your concept.
You go, so draw it out here.
Everyone's visual.
Yeah, I don't know if it's not good for you, but
Yeah,
if you put the fence up, then, like you said, you don't need all that.
no,
But a tall fence.
Because, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, the trailer is the highest. If you get rid of that trailer, then the things are only less than 10 feet, so. it'd be,
10-foot
10
fence.
to 12
okay,
foot
the
fence.
ZBA
You
would give
go
you
over,
what,
you go over 8 feet.
you gotta go to the ZBA.
If you go over 7 feet, you gotta get a building permit for
Where's
that.
the road?
So if they could do a 7-foot fence,
Oh,
which would, I'm just telling you what the rules are.
We're trying to cover the
And then
trail.
this becomes-
Yeah.
Then you
Come from the road. you're
So there's
still
a need
looking
to get.
at-
You're gonna see the sides,
So-
there's no way around that. You're gonna see the containers no matter
Yeah.
what you do.
well, if he did, he's willing to do a 12-foot fence, but then they're.
Right, but you still,
So you'd have to go to zoning and you need a building permit, and because of wind loading on that fence, you would have to have a structural design to make sure that it doesn't.
Let me see that.
that's right,
Because
you
that's
did
the whole
that, you
reason.
could actually,
You gotta have a building
So
permit.
he's saying.
Where's 125?
This
125.
No, this is Route 9, 125.
I'm sorry, Route 9,
yeah, you could actually anchor the
and this
fence
is the parking.
right to the side of that container there. And then
Where's the
you don't have
50-foot?
to-
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then you're not, then you don't have to worry about your wind load on it, it's not going anywhere.
And Andy, that's beyond the 50-foot setback?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry,
No, I got you. Okay.
but it allows him, if he puts the fence across the front of it, he can park his equipment in there and it protects his equipment.
That's true.
And still allows him access into his containers. The only thing it makes a little cattywampus is the container across the back, which I've seen them done in a U configuration, and the way they do them is the doors actually open on the container side as opposed to the back. But I'm not suggesting that he would have to invest money into trying to do something like that. I've even seen them where they do a roof over the top of them in that configuration. And then it becomes essentially like a whole hut, but that's a whole nother level above and beyond.
Just looking at
You
the,
need 50-foot setback on the sides too?
no,
Just the
15
front,
feet.
right? From the road. Oh, there's plenty.
15 feet in the parking doesn't count for 15
Okay.
feet, so yeah, you go right up to the limit.
So how would the snow go with the fence? How, where
You
would,
just open his fence, plow it out, and then plow it toward the back with everything else. It's plowing that, because I'm assuming you're plowing, pitching everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goes along. Yeah. So it would all go that way.
perfect.
Okay,
Sounds like a win.
so if we do the Andy plan, 60-foot setback,
Again,
fence along this side and
We
this
said
side.
picture. What do you get for pictures? Let me see a picture.
That's Andy's.
It was just,
We on camera? So he's got container, all right, here's the road,
just what I do is
here's Route 9,
Yeah.
here's your parking. So you got 50-foot setback, got the fence here, one container he's putting here, two container, three, oh, this is the fourth one, the fifth one must be here.
Yep. So you have two.
And you got fence along here,
You only need fence along in the front part.
I know, but he was well enough to say he
Just to keep the park.
Yeah, people keep walking through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm still, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is in the front part, then you're not fencing, you're already locking your containers.
Right.
So why would, you wouldn't want to put fence in front of your locked containers, that would just creates a lot of extra work for you.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I thought the opening would be back here.
I wouldn't put it on the backside, but I would.
Well, we're trying to screen that wall of containers from the neighbor.
What?
Well,
Neighbor.
from traffic.
What neighbor?
Well, this is the front of Route 9,
Yep,
and this is the guy who has the barn.
yep.
Yep.
So,
It's wide open here.
Oh, we're doing.
All right. We plow it in.
So one of the main reasons why I wanted to kind of talk to you guys. Just site review regulations call for a plan. And gonna go to that point on something like this with a parking thing, because that's where his money's gonna be spent, and he has to get it. That's July.
Can we do a waiver?
I mean, I would think we would probably issue a waiver on a stamped plan for that.
That's up to you guys, I'm just.
That,
Yeah.
I
Certainly would.
Yeah, especially if you're gonna build
Yeah.
a fence and try
Yeah,
to disguise
For
things.
me, if we could just make it look a little nicer.
Just need to regulate.
What engineer can figure out any of these plans anyway?
Right. Oh, Lord.
So we bring forward the application and
Bring
then
us to an
you're
engineer.
willing to.
Yeah,
accept
actually, I
this,
haven't
lay
seen
out,
the
show
the
what
final
the thing
drawing.
is. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page before we.
Oh,
before
that's
it gets
very
to that
good.
point.
Any sense of this?
Very
Well,
fluid.
This
He's
is,
gonna
this
draw
is
your
referring.
Back 50 feet.
Is Vizio acceptable?
Now, Andy's trying to say
Yeah.
you really don't need this, one, but
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
with all the traffic.
That looks real nice.
And then it looks like.
We were on the same page.
Oh, because going to the other side.
Oh
of
my
it.
gosh, you look at.
This end of the table agrees to have the fence. Because
Yeah,
all
well,
the traffic heading this way. looking right
Yeah,
at
I
you.
didn't get my vote. You two did
I
it.
mean, it's.
Oh,
okay,
right,
but
these
anyway-
two people waited on it.
Oh, okay.
You just picked up one.
Well, it's all about accessibility.
Never mind.
I'm just looking at, like, if I'm the one that's got clear snow. and-
Hey, you guys,
and
it is
being
now
that-
20:11.
I understand the
We moved
misery
along.
that's.
You got to set back now, go with it the way it is and put the fence around it.
I think we are way more.
Get
So, you show them, do something, they said you don't need a stamp survey plan, so if you can put together some kind of drawing, showing, let's say.
I gave you an extra.
I mean, for the application, you gotta make an application, and come back and come back. So if you,
Formal application, but for a minor.
Right.
site plan.
showing how you're gonna, what you're gonna do, and if it conforms to what they're looking for, and then you approve it. But you don't have to go hire a surveyor and have to pay the
Right.
plan and stuff, which was the main reason for coming in. So if, you think you can put, make that, the concept you just had was, I'm gonna make sure, I want you guys to give me feedback, because it's not my decision, it's your decision.
Get rid of the big trailer, put another container in. That'll be, then it's not as wide, so that'll be even narrower, and then just put the fence along the front, and then right down.
In
And the side.
opposite the.
That way they'll all be blocked now.
Yes.
Well, not only that, it'll keep the
It's gonna be
parking
2
people
feet.
from
Yeah.
strolling over there
Yeah.
to say,
Well,
hey,
and
what's
if they
going
took
on?
the fence and they put it right up to the containers like they were talking, does the fence have to go above the containers, even if it's a little bit down below it or whatever?
I mean, it's a 7-foot fence, I don't need any,
You would,
Well, the containers you said were.
they're like 9.7 feet, so you have like 2 feet sticking on the top.
but it wouldn't.
I
be
don't
that-
love it.
Yeah. I mean, so show what you're gonna make the fence look like, and then you guys would have to address that. So if it stays under that, then you don't have to get into
Right.
the whole permit thing. It can be something done without a permit if you can keep it under the 7. Especially if you're gonna be fastening them right to the containers, so then.
Well, you can do that on the side, but you can't really do it on the front.
Actually,
You get it to.
if you're, let's just think this through. So let's say you did take some 10-foot boards or something like that.
Yeah.
And you fasten them to your containers, even if you put a rail on the back side of them or something. If you went around it, is it really a fence then, or is it just a wall fastened up to those containers?
It's wall, right?
So
Oh,
therefore,
then you could go
Therefore-
higher
And
with
then,
that.
and then put
so
the
therefore you
7-foot
wouldn't have
fence
to have the permit.
beyond.
The whole idea behind the fence needing a permit is because of wind loading, and to make sure that the posts are gonna hold it so that no one gets hurt. But if these are fastened big to the containers, is it really a fence now, or is it just something to hide the containers?
Right, you're just seeing eyes that look at the container.
It'd be a privacy fence, you could put 10 feet.
It wouldn't really be a privacy
Right.
fence, it would just be some kind of
Well,
decoration to hide the containers.
So
Okay.
how about if they put like plywood, is that what you're talking about?
Oh, I was thinking
What-
more like boards or whatever.
Or it's all right, but if, and this is what I suggest, I mean, have the middle school art students come over and do a mural
Oh, boy.
of,
Oh.
stop it, listen, I mean, couldn't it be like some kind of, we're 300, right? And we're, have Joe there with a piece of cheese or something, I don't know.
Yeah, well, they did that on 125. What's the place there where they got the outside seating thing there? They put the.
The
they put
barbecue
fence
pit?
on top of the thing and they got that, decorated.
Oh, at the, next to Cozy's?
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it's-
They got like,
The outdoor thing.
they got like the waste walks and they got a fence up above it and it's all decorated.
Is that the barbecue place that just
Yeah.
put up
No,
the
no, no,
outdoor?
no, he's actually talking about cozies with top water brewing. they
Right.
put some Wood burning.
That's
they
beautiful.
created a mural
That's
on it.
beautiful.
COVID came, they
And that
wanted
would
to make
take-
outdoor
That would take the eye off the,
Container.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't
The
even see
top
the
part.
container because if you did it on a board like that, you'd be like. top of the
but
container.
expense wise, that's what you'd have to.
And it
'cause,
really
you
wouldn't be a
know,
fence because it would just be a decorative shell against the containers.
So what I hear is that others volunteering to come over and wood burn an elf on the side of your.
And Andy's willing to put it up because he is that kind of designer. He did it, right?
Well, that idea is also, that's also much cheaper to do. Get a fence guy in there.
Yeah.
Post it somehow to secure it from wind.
So what are we gonna do on the front, though? You'll be able to see if I don't put something on the front of it, because they have to open up, you know?
That's where I was saying, can you spin them?
Put a small
If you
piece.
turn them the other way.
It's just because then your fence, your fence along that side and then.
Yeah, if you turn them the other way,
Access between the little barn and.
Then you can do boards.
you'd be over there and,
Yeah.
and that's all trees anyway. Nobody would see them. Nobody would bother you.
We do have a hand raised.
Oh,
online here.
uh-oh. Hand raise.
Yes, I would like to make sure I. Public comment. Oh, it's a public comment, because we've all had a lot of comments. Jamie? Yep. Jamie, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, board, James Jennison, Kate Road. I'm sure you're all very tired, but I am sitting here dancing in my shoes, even thinking that you're considering a shipping container storage yard in that part of Barrington. And now we're talking about screwing plywood onto the sides and painting murals. I think it's appalling. I would like to ask the board to deny any use of shipping containers on that property that isn't completely covered by fencing and visual buffers. I think it is, once permitted, it's going to be a permanent stain on the historic Caliph's downtown area that we're trying to build around with the Christmas dove. That, once that business is gone, if it's ever sold, any storage container use can be continually used there forever. It's unconscionable to me to think that that would be a suitable thing. Not to mention that he didn't have a tenth of the storage jammed up in behind there that he was using before in his travel containers to now justify the need for 5+ containers. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I can't even imagine. I mean, we're going to look at that forever because he's obviously got a very successful business. It's been there for quite a while. To think that he's going anywhere is not likely. And we're going to look at those storage containers for the next 50 years. It just seems like such a poor decision to me to even consider. And I just want to thank you for listening to me, and I hope you take it into consideration.
Not gonna last that long. Well, like I said, we want to put a building there, we just can't do it right now, that's all.
Yeah.
We don't, I'm not in love with shipping.
You know, we don't have any other choice. I mean, we were paying big money to have it all down the road. That's why we bought that property. To have a place to put our stuff. You know, the equipment plus to it. I mean, a year or two, if we can get a small building in there, that's what we'll do. But I'm not addicted to shipping containers. It's just that's all we got right now.
How far does your property go back? Is it just the parking lot or do you have room
No,
to
it's
push it?
0.64 acres. Just goes back weird on the right-hand triangle.
So you don't have the ability to push all this
I don't
back?
think so, not that, with the setbacks too, I don't know.
No, so there's a 15, by the time he does the 15-foot setback, it's the parking.
It's a weird piece.
The parking area is pretty close to that back corner, but especially where it gets narrow, because you gotta do 15 from the sides, the rear, so that you take the 15 off that narrow triangle and get the back corner down.
Good. What do we do?
Right.
We wouldn't make it look bad. Or else.
Whoever did.
Where else?
That first, I know, I about had a stroke for that person. Oh, no one's gonna be happy. Get up the wheels, but
So you need the storage because of inventory.
yeah, the rug people, they tell us, this is how many you're gonna take, this is when you're gonna take them.
Yeah, we got like 50 pallets of weighted rugs.
Yeah,
We have to buy them such big quantity.
Yeah,
To get the price and then just to get, what we get.
So that's understandable
Yeah.
for the need of the containers.
yeah, hey, a lot of work. It's
Yeah.
a Picnic over there, I'll tell you,
Yeah.
not mine.
I mean, we want to put a small building, if it gets to the point where we're getting rid of some of them rugs, we're not gonna keep bringing more in. We'll get rid of a container here and there,
Yeah, time.
So could we do it like we're with a conditional, saying that we let them keep them there for so many years?
No, once you give permission for it to be cleaned, you give permission for it. No such thing as a temporary thing. So it's one of those things where you give them permission for this, if he comes back in a few years and says, I want to take the containers out and build a building, then that new approval goes with the building, so then the out by. You know, you can't say you can have containers there for 5 years and then you gotta take them out, that's.
Even we're looking at trying to buy this property, it's the railroad track, it should be railroad tracks, just to get over more and down.
That's like it's 80-something feet wide, I think, 82 or something.
I'm not sure.
It's 5 rods long.
But it goes all the way down.
Oh, that's right.
Past here, I think.
The Swenson,
Yeah.
Swenson owns that.
It goes down to Scooty Pond.
That's where the snow machine trailer is.
I tried to get it to somebody to chunk it goes beside the land.
Then you'll have all the
Beside down there,
automobile
it goes
people
all
after
up.
you.
That's where the money is, but it's the whole way. I think it comes down if it's five.
Well, there's different ownerships as you come down.
I'll take down like that road right down there. Anyway.
Okay. So what are we gonna do? Mr. Tam, Chairman?
I mean, my suggestion would be to put a proposal together on what it is, what you're looking for, what will meet your need, what your ideal plan is, timeline on it, and how do we come up with something that is suitable, reasonable, knowing that, as Mr. Dennis brought up, it is the downtown center is the heart of Barrington, so. And I firmly believe you're not trying to, pardon the expression, I guess, but crap up the downtown areas.
Besides that one trailer, we would have put all banged up trailers, containers, and we were trying to do that, So we get to all the ones we have in there, brand new. Except for that one you like the best, the white one.
Thoughts from the board on this?
Come back with the plan showing the layout.
Yep.
And where you're gonna not put a fence up, but attach, something to screen them. Up to 10 feet, I guess. Completely cover them. And then, as you noted, the access would be best on the right side, the
Yeah,
far
right side next to the
Yeah.
building.
And then it won't be obvious to, you won't have to worry about opening them, trying to open them next to the parking
Right,
area,
right.
which could conflict.
That's sort of the way I kind of laid on that.
Yeah. And you gotta be 50 feet off the right of way.
And then what kind of fencing, what kind of materials you're gonna use?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whatever you decide.
I mean, it'd have to be some kind of wood, right? But
Yeah,
that's what's
So if I saw boarded, it'd probably be the best looking.
Yeah, attach, 2x screw, 2x4s into it and put the boards.
Right. I don't know if that would be cheaper or just put like a
It's gonna look good.
a fence with the sleeves in it, you know,
Oh,
block it up.
no.
All right, we'll have to look at the, fences or avoid.
So you have 2 skid stages, you said there? So show the storage of them, because by our definition, once you hit the second piece of equipment, it's considered contractor storage of it. So you want to show that you have the 2 pieces there, you know, for moving the equipment back, moving stuff in and out of the store and into snow removal because of how it's set up. So, I mean,
Well, one usually stays home in the winter time,
Yeah.
plowing at home too.
but once you hit the second thing, with the second backhoe or excavator or those, you can have one.
Right.
When you hit the second one, it's considered a contractor storage of its definition. It gives you the exemption for one commercial truck and one piece of heavy equipment. That's how it's listed for not being a contractor storage.
And then it's not allowed in that zone, right?
Well,
Let's say
one piece of equipment. you
One
can
is,
have
yeah,
straight up
yeah.
Anyway, by right.
Right, yeah.
So,
And once they get the garage cleaned out, I can put them in there and
Right, then it's a non-issue. It's
yeah.
Put away.
have it cleaned out.
So, Trails should not take some of this.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for not kicking us down.
We will make it.
Oh. Good night, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, so. John, question. I mentioned it, so
It is.
what allows nights to store all that heavy shit with the
Yeah.
ripped parts?
Okay, so all that stuff, the other stuff, there before the zone, they've always had stuff there. So they're-
Not necessarily efficient from my perspective,
If
but
someone buys it, because they've always had equipment there.
it's 11 o'clock. Done.
Because that was a legally existing,
So they could fill the trailers.
Thank you. So Sue, do you?
Goodness.
that's why when it's up for sale, everybody's like, okay, what's the
This is not normal.
No.
Probably didn't hear me, but it was very educational.
And she also said entertaining.
In an odd way, it's entertaining.
Our town is always looking for volunteers to go on the
I'm always
board,
looking for volunteers.
Yeah.
If you don't want to do this, run for selectman.
And if you don't want to do it this late, you can always watch it on YouTube.
That's what Bob used to do.
And look at me now.
And then you can fast forward. That's
Then you
good.
stepped up and volunteered, which you could do too.
No select person.
Very rare we run this.
So the childcare one.
Yeah.
Back.
That was interesting. Yes, Sue actually was my childcare provider for our oldest child. Yeah.
School impact fees.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna kick it
I
back in here since it's
Oh, right, you
11
got two
o'clock.
more things I forgot.
No,
Yes.
3.
This one,
Yeah.
I have to bring to the board's attention the school impact fee. I can read through it all, is everybody read through it?
Yes.
It's just that one piece of paper. What I'm asking the board to do is, it has to go for recommendation back to the select board before we can finally go under privilege. So the cliff notes of this is the bond is ending effective October 1st of 2022. For the middle school and reconfiguration local K through 8 facilities. So that would be ending this phase of school impact fees. There has been some suggestions of looking at impact fees for the future, but this one all goes all the way back to 2001.
School population has not changed over the last 10 years. 1423 back then and 1454 now, so.
It hasn't changed since we created the school impact.
Right, and so the board, with the board's, the recommendation that is to decide whether or not the bond is paid off, they still need to collect the fees. For
So
the study
how
that
many
was done in
households have we
2016.
just approved in Barrington over the last couple of years?
Well, it's about 257 in the pipeline for my latest count.
Well, the
Okay.
thing is,
That's-
back when we did this impact fee, we had meetings till 11 o'clock midnight, almost every single meeting. We met 4 times a month, we met every week. And we were approving multiple subdivisions, one after the other, but what happened is these larger subdivisions aren't producing the school kids like, because of the house and the demographics that are moving into Barrington, school kids, the 20 and 30-year-olds that, have their kids, they put them into school. We're getting the people on the end of their life scale because now Barrington's more of a yuppie neighborhood, and I'm moving in with school kids. The school population in the last 20 years hasn't gone up. But we built the school. in
Statewide, it's
anticipation-
gone down,
What?
2,000 per year.
Yeah, so we actually built the school larger in anticipation of the growth, and we didn't get the growth in the school.
The elementary school.
The elementary school now
is
sees.
16 on the road, and that with the,
Like 20+ per year.
yeah.
There's 0.625 kids per unit, housing unit in Barrington. And, but the 0.625 kids.
Oh.
Less than 1 kid per household.
It was, even before it was less than that.
And if you take the houses we're gonna be building in this, 5-year build out for most of these, like Village Place kid, it's only about 31 kids being added every year across all the grades.
Hmm.
So. Doesn't look like.
Including high school, including high school.
Yeah,
So if you still want to consider impact fees, a new study for that to be done.
yeah.
And it would have to be based on whatever new infrastructure that you're creating that's over and above what is needed today.
Now, interestingly, Nottingham has impact fees for fire department and for recreation. Their recreation looks out 50 years ahead. That's what they funded.
You can, so the board can look at doing a CIP study for those. I know the police chief has asked if it might be something to consider for the board, for them to do
Could be
public
just
safety
safety
building
in general, yeah.
or safety in general. And that is allowed by impact fees, but you have to have a study done
Right, sure.
for that, but.
I believe you should, because when you start looking at like these build outs and you look at the fact that in the last 6 years, we've gone from essentially a fully volunteer fire department with the exception of the chief and one person to a fully funded fire department now. Within the past 2 years here, where now we have staff 24/7 that we're paying between the ambulance folks and we've got how many full-time firefighters then? 4 plus 3. And then,
At one point, it was not.
well, I knew it was coming. But, and then even our part-timers and per diem are really part-time at this point, so. When you start looking at that impact on all this, there is a real impact to it. You look at the cost of upgrading equipment, and if you talk to Rick right now, they're 2 years out for a fire truck. In fact, I think he's gonna be
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about that in front of the select board
Right.
next week.
Working on the CIP for you to issue as well.
Well, in rec department, I mean, the whole summer camp and before school and after school programs are oversubscribed.
Well, those programs are actually self-funded, paying for themselves.
Right, but they don't have the capacity.
So if you did an
But-
impact,
Only the salaries of the.
Yeah.
so there's no impact to the town to pick up. Now, if the rec decided they wanted to do a town beach or make a recreational facility or something like that, so where there was gonna be a major outlay, then you would be doing that, and the town has to cover its proportional share for its current occupants, and the impact would be for new ones coming in because of anticipation that they were doing this for them. So that's the reason why you need that whole analysis done. That analysis isn't, we can collect all our money back, the town has a proportional share it has to cover.
The last 10 years, the town's averaged 75 new people per year.
Yeah, and if you look at the population, that's what, less than 1% that you can collect from impact fees, because the 99% is already the town's responsibility.
Right.
So that's why, when we looked at a whole bunch of other impact fees, it didn't make any sense when we did it out. But the school one did because of when they did it, because I was on the board, we did both times the school impact fee. And the reason why this come up is after having a conversation with the town's attorney a couple of years ago, was I said, we didn't collect all the money that we anticipated we would collect. And she said, John, you can't collect money if you got no place to put it towards that impact. So therefore, you don't have any right, once it's paid off, you don't have any right to keep taking it because you have no place to put it. I thought we could keep collecting
Yeah.
until we got all the money back, and she was telling me I was wrong. But there's a process to end it. And I know it's late, we can talk about all kinds of impact stuff, but.
But that's not for a work
Yeah, you want, so,
Yeah.
so I guess where we're at right now, to move this forward to the select.
The
committee, get process
recommendation.
done.
If the board, what that language needs to.
Make a
This
motion to
work.
approve the language as drafted by our town planner.
Second. Bob seconds.
All vote.
Andy, am I?
Suchi, aye.
Happy LOI.
Just lie.
That's here, I.
Yeah, fine.
That's all you had to say.
I was trying, not just kidding.
All right. Next on the list, Nottingham Planning Board request for the Route 4 corridor study. Is this a shared, the only thing I don't take out of this is this a shared cost for this Route 4 corridor study that they're asking for?
State the funds this, right?
Well, the past funding stuff that was done is Traffic Regional Planning does it, and they get grant money from state to fed everything else. But technically, the money comes to the municipalities, so the municipalities have to like sign on so they can get the money, but we don't have to raise the money in our budget in town.
Okay.
But they've been doing a 125 study for
Well, the
20 years.
125 is done. They're talking about the Route 4 one, because they said.
No, I know that, but it took,
Yeah.
and we haven't seen any benefits over 20 years on 125 in Barrington. I mean, in 2032, they're gonna put sidewalks in, I know that.
We'll see what happens.
ADA like.
If you want to go up, we could go on the state's 10-year plan where 90% of the money gets siphoned off into everything except for highways, even though it's highway fund money. But we're not gonna go there because we got it's late.
So what, I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out is what do they accomplish out of this?
They send it for notification and just.
Well, they say they're doing safety studies, like it's Root Pond Road and 125, Erie Hill Road and
But
125.
this is all
But
on Route
nothing's
4.
ever happened.
Right, but this is all on Route 4, and what
No,
else
I
is
know
there to
it's-
be built out on Route 4 in Barrington?
There's a couple of larger parcels, but nothing that's gonna be major. It's not gonna affect Barrington like it does Nottingham, if that's what the issue is.
Yeah, I was just
So
on the.
they're asking us to join at no cost.
It sounds like it.
Well, technically, you don't hand them money that comes out of your coffers, but Stratford Regional is able to leverage money because of the municipalities.
Can we just write a letter, say, letter of support, say, yes, we support
Sounds good.
the need for Nottingham, we support Nottingham's need for this in the sense that they can do it with, because Barrington is built out, we don't anticipate.
There's a few large parcels on Route 4.
Right, but we don't anticipate a significant impact to Barrington, but we can understand it may impact on. Does that seem reasonable to everybody?
Sounds good. Yeah. Just do it. I mean, it doesn't gonna cost us anything.
Right.
And if you look at those 125 ones, that helped facilitate the lights that went in on, Hill Road. That was part of that. When they did the stuff on 202, when they came, 202 and 9 comes together.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was all done because of those study things. I mean, things do happen over time. It's not sometimes in our own lifetime, but
So will this cost us any money?
doesn't come out of the town properties, no.
Yeah, we're just a pass through.
Right, basically.
Which is why, like, we're providing support, yeah, we support so much.
So when Stratford Regional comes forward with something, they'll make their presentation, and if the selectmen say, okay, You sign on and being the donor thing, then it goes through anyways.
Yeah. It's, the planning board is in support of this, it's everybody agreed.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, yeah. That consensus. Yes.
That's important.
And almost item 6.
This is just, we're gonna be working on this in our work session, so I wanted to get it to you ahead of time. This was our planning board rules of procedure, has not been updated about
7 years.
2016.
And I don't know how much was updated since the previous one. I've had legal look over it. Have too many questions, but I know, we're now required to also publish our application fees and, notification fees and butter fees, which we're gonna be updating to put in rules of procedure. You go through here and want to adjust anything, add anything. I know there was discussion about limiting people talking, as I'm still talking. Okay,
Yellow.
thank you. You know, like doing a preliminary contact, limiting people 15 minutes, or if there's a time, like, those sorts of things. So just, we'll hash it out at our work session. For you to take at the end. Thank you.
No.
Do we want to close the meeting, Mr. Chair?
It's gone.
Do we want to close the meeting, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Jeremy has
Motion to adjourn, what's that? Yes.
I'll second.
Roll call vote.
That's your eye.
Aye.
So, yeah.
Have yellow eye.
Thank you for
When's our next,
long, being
when's our next